for NABL, NABH like that. Then Lifetime Achievement Award from CAHO. Advisor to
Thank you.
Sir, with all this, sir, we are very much happy to have with you, sir.
I am honored.
From all of us, you are welcome.
I am honored.
Now the stage is yours, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Valenta.
How should I address you? Professors, teachers, students, ladies, gentlemen. I get confused. I am a confused person. Therefore, before I address you, I would like to, before any workshop, seminar, conference, there is a pre-exam, pre-test. After that, post-test. We will also have pre-test now. We will also have pre-test. Only 2 questions. All of you will pass, I know. All of you will give me correct answer. Then I will tell you how I should address you. For my first question, very simple. You have to raise your hand. Is there anybody here who has not taken any medicine in the past? Raise your hand. No hand is going up. This hand is holding this hand. Is there any, second question, is there anybody here who will never take medicine in the future? Nobody is raising hand. Therefore, in the past sometime you were a patient, in the future also you will be a patient. Therefore, I will say, not ladies and gentlemen, my dear patients. Am I right? Why? Why we become patients? When we were born, apart from inborn errors, were we patients? No, you know. Why? When you ask this question, why? Science is nothing but questioning. You must get an answer. That answer we are going to get today in next half an hour or 45 minutes. See, I thought I am a man out of box. You are all looking at AMR. I am looking at something different. But both are 2 sides of the same coin. Am I talking about my health? And then I will be selfish. Am I talking about your health? I become a commercial businessman to sell medicine or to treat you. World Health Organization, last year, 2024, I think all of you remember, they announced. What did they announce? Very simple one sentence. My health is my right. They announced that for the entire global consumption. Everybody should feel their right is their health. Their health is their right. I was there in Geneva for another meeting when this was announced by a biochemist who was the Director General of WHO from Africa. I went to him, congratulated. I said, I am disappointed. I am disappointed because of the slogan. He said, whole world has accepted. I said, maybe. I am also part of the whole world. The whole world says, think globally, act locally. I changed it. Perform locally, advocate globally. What our defense did, you know. BrahMos locally they generated, which I released about 18 years ago. But now, whole globe wants to get it. Perform locally, advocate globally is much better than think globally and act locally. That will never happen. Then he said, then what should be the WHO stand? I said, WHO stand. WHO is not, it's limited. It has a limited scope, only to humans. Of course, whenever there is zoonotic and things like that environmentally, and they also interfere. I said, my right. You know what is my right? Not my health, not your health. My right is my animal health. If animals are sick, if I consume that animal, I will fall sick. My right is my environmental health. If my environment is polluted, then like Delhi, respiratory problems, resistance goes down, then AMR, all these things are linked to each other. My right is my agricultural health. Isn't it? The food we consume, if it is loaded with pesticides, insecticides, herbicides, fungicides, what will happen to you? Would you like to eat? Who taught me this? My mother. One day she called me, she said, go and bring vegetable, avarekai, Bangalore avarekai, very famous. Go and bring, please see that there are some worms in that. Don't bring any vegetable which has no worms. I had put it on many social channels, more than 2 million viewers are there. I asked her why. If there is a worm in the avarekai, I can remove that worm, rest of it I can cook and give you. That is safe. If there are no worms, they have sprayed DDT. Those days she was talking about DDT. Then you will not survive. I may lose my son. This is what she said. See how the thought process came that my right is my environmental health, my what I consume, the agricultural products. How many of us are consuming food which has no pesticide, no insecticide? Have you ever thought about that? As a result, tomorrow I have to deliver a lecture on radiation oncology. Why did we create all that? Why are we getting cancer? Now I would like to focus on what is called as a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. I would like to talk about only one health. It's health for all. I don't know when we are going to achieve. I'll give you some few tips which I thought. Therefore, a collaborative approach to improving global health. What is that collaborative? Have you ever had any conference where the medical vice chancellor, human Ayurveda, allopathic vice chancellor, then vice chancellors from agriculture university, veterinary university, sitting together discussing the health for all, including animal health and environmental health? No. That should be the global approach. Okay. What is One Health? That's what I am telling, the interconnectedness. We are all linked to each other. If I have dog at home, if dog is having a lot of mites, then what will happen to me? What will happen to my child's respiratory system? Human, animal, environmental health. World Health Organization, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, and World Organization for Animal Health. Islur must have spoken to you yesterday on this. They are all together working. There is a lot of opportunity. Let me take one simple environmental factor which has disturbed our health. Our not only physical health, mental health, it has also brought down our resistance to many things, including resistance to antibiotics. It is not that one antibiotic brings resistance to another antibiotic. It is something outside that which binds with these antibiotics of sulfahydryl group, that is this metal lead. Number one environmental poison is lead. Here again my pre-test continues. Let me see how many of you give correct answer. Do you know your blood lead level here? Anybody? What is your blood lead level? Nobody. Do you have any symptoms of lead poisoning? Yes or no? Do you have any symptoms of? Because you have lead in your blood, but there are no symptoms. Therefore, no symptom is a symptom of lead poison. If there is no symptom for any toxicity, because toxicity is impartial, it never differentiates between community, caste, creed, color. Keeping that in mind, lead, mental health, economic prosperity, I would like to tell you, largest One Health global study was undertaken in India when I was professor and head of the biochemistry department at St. John's Medical College during 1995 to 2000, 5-year study. What did we do? It all happened because one day, in one of the music concert, I was discussing with Dr. Abraham George, an Indian settled in US, established computer industry. He was in Indian Army. He was given voluntary retirement because his left ear could not hear. And he asked me in the dinner, Professor, what is the incidence of lead poisoning in Bangalore? I said, I never thought about that. He asked me, what is your blood lead level? Like I asked you, I said, I don't know. Why? I don't have any method to measure the blood lead level in humans. Maybe in other materials we can measure. He said, I read a lot of literature. I lost my job as the major in Indian Army because of lead toxicity. And now I started a computer company. I'm doing well, but I want to help Indian population. I said, well, how can you help? I said, can you undertake a study measuring blood lead level of children below 12 years in 7 metros? I said, I can, but I don't have any facilities. He said, I'll give you. He gave me 8 analyzers, funds, supporting people. 5 years we studied. On the 3rd year of our study, one day, I don't know, it was a coincidence. It was a Friday. Today is Friday, no? Am I right? Yes. It was around 12 o'clock. I was sitting in my department. Some young couple were walking in front. I mentioned it, isn't it? A young couple were walking in front of my. Then I asked my secretary, who are they? Sir, they have come to see you. I said, send them inside. They came without footwear, with a slip in his hand. The lady had one baby in her arm, small 2 or 3 months young baby, female child, very cute child. I asked him, Yen Agbekappa. He did not know Kannada. He had come from Bihar or someplace. मेरा बच्ची को बीमार है, not well. क्या हो गया? I asked. मिर्गी आ रहा है, means conversions. After conversions, they came with the slip from OPD. The intern who had seen that this child is getting conversions, he asked him, what is the profession? He said, private. Normally when they say private, they write private and send them. But he said, private में क्या काम कर रहे हो? They went into the depth. He said, I purchase old, I'm working with a company where we break battery, take the lead and make pipes for the toilets because it doesn't get corroded. This man had private practice also. After the working hours in the company, at home, he started buying some battery, backyard smelters, break, make pipes, sell it, and he was getting sufficient money. Then he got married. That poor lady, young lady, beautiful lady, came all the way from Bihar to live with him. And she was cooking chapati on one side of the shed. He was breaking lead, melting lead, making pipes at the other end. Whole place was loaded with lead fume. She became pregnant. During pregnancy also, there were some symptoms which she could not complain to anybody. After the child was born, child started getting convulsions after convulsions after convulsions. Child was brought to NIMHANS. NIMHANS said, we don't have facilities to do blood lead level. There's a project going on at St. John's. Please go and meet Dr. Venkatesh. That's how they came to me. He asked me, kitna kharcha hota hai? Poor fellow, has no chappals, he has come walking all the way from NIMHANS to St. John's. How can I tell him? I said, iska paisa ka zarurat nahi hai. Aap paisa dene ke liye aa gaya kya? You have come for to give money or to get your child's health checked? Kya bhi karo sahab? They refused to sit also. They are standing. Child looked at me and smiled at me. What a beautiful, cute child. I took that child in my hand. Looking at me, I am looking at the child. Such a great joy. Divyanand, what we call. Eternal. Then the technician came, did the heel prick. Child did not cry. Blood was drawn. He asked me, kitna time lagega? How much time? I said, just 3 minutes. Technology is. We are in a biotechnology. Thanks to Ramesh for bringing us here. Biotechnology professor is there. Technology has made our job so simple, we have become lazy. Within some time, we were expecting the result. In the meantime, the child got a very powerful conversion. I don't know what happened. And became still. I don't know the cause of death. Maybe conversion, maybe something else. Child was no more. It was dead in my arms. Child which smiled at me is no more. Result came. 69 microgram of lead in 100 ml of blood. 69 microgram. Gram you can see, kilogram you can weigh, gram you can't feel. Milligram is something you cannot see. Microgram is 1,000th of a milligram. 69 microgram. Child is no more. How to tell him? He asked, report आ गया साहब, बेटी ठीक हो जाएगा. I said, your child will not have any more problem because it is no longer alive. If this were to be alive, it would have permanent mental retardation, IQ reduction, cognitive functions disturbance, so many things. First he did not understand because he only caught. Nothing will happen to your child now onwards when I said. He thought everything is solved. Yes, everything was solved. Child was no more. When we convinced, he started. Tears in my eyes, he saw, he cried, his wife almost collapsed. Went home for lunch. Ramesh, I went home. My wife was ready to serve food. 2 plates, she's sitting, I am sitting, serve some rice, and I was mixing. I could not eat. I was holding the dead body in my hand, child, and now how can I eat? She asked, what happened? I said, this is what happened. I told whole story. I lost one child. She asked me one question. This question I am asking to you. Please raise your hand again. This is also pre-test, okay? Pre-test is very important, for any workshop, conference, seminars. My wife asked me, are you born to your parents out of choice or by chance? How many of you are born to your parents out of choice? Did they select you? Male, female? Anybody here? Raise your hand. By chance you are born. That child could have been born to your parents. You could have been born to the child's parents. Child would have been sitting here and listening to me, which died. Millions and millions of children born to people working with lead, cadmium, mercury, arsenic, some of the toxic materials. Who is there to help them? Have we done anything to them? We accumulate knowledge, publish papers. I have 350 papers. What is the use? When I go back and sit and introspect, what is my work has done to the society? Has it made it better? I had the opportunity working with Dr. Abdul Kalam for 10 years. This is all the time we were discussing about this. What is our contribution? What is our contribution? Friends, I tell you, number one, environmental poison. This is the biggest, largest One Health global study undertaken in India during 1995. We screened 23,800 people below 12 years in 8 metros. And we found the average blood lead level of these children all over the country. Average was around 53.5% of children had their blood lead level about 10 microgram per deciliter. That means it is already reducing their IQ. If you are born sometime earlier to this, during this period, if you were 12 years young, your IQ was already reduced by 6 to 8 units. We calculated, Needleman's formula we used. If your IQ is reduced by 6 to 8 units, your performance will be very, very low in the learning, examination, etc. To do 4 hours work, it will take 8 hours. I went to one of the economists, advisor to Finance Minister of India, one Professor Veerappa, with all the data of 23,000 people. I said, explain, this is because of leaded petrol we were using. He said, if the situation continues, when they become human productivity by 2020, 5 years ago, there will be annual economic damage to a tune of 600,000 crores budget of 2 Jharkhand states. That was very shocking. November 11th, We organized international conference where 37 countries participated. I showed only one slide. Average blood lead level in children below 12 years in India as on 2006. I said, 2000, as on 2000. Is this IQ will go down? There will be economic damage. The whole world started looking at their own data. Not only India, all over the world. Average blood lead level was around 10, plus 10 and above. WHO had permitted, you can have up to 10 microgram per deciliter. Today it is 3 microgram. I'll tell you why. This is the largest population study which was done. Then I went to Ministry of Petroleum, Industries and Commerce, requesting them, please do not add tetraethyl lead to the petrol as anti-knock. They said, no, we have already purchased from World Bank money. We are accountable, otherwise World Bank will not give any more money. Myself, Admiral Dawson, who was the chairman of the project, and Abraham George went to US, went to the World Bank, met the World Bank chair. He gave us an appointment. We said, high priority means they will permit. He said, what do you want? Then Abraham George said, Professor, you speak. I said, you have dual policy. I blamed them. Dual policy. What is dual policy? You have one policy to developed countries, one policy to developing countries. You don't give World Bank loan to developed countries to buy tetraethyl lead. You are giving it to developing countries. And as a result, our IQ is going down. You do not want intellectuals to come up in our society. If Einstein were to be born in India, he would not have got Nobel Prize. I went on. He said, why all this? I said, how can you treat 2 children, one in America, one in UK, one in India or Pakistan? How can you treat them different? Just then I had returned from Pakistan, removing surma, what they were using, lead and antimony sulfide. I had been to that country 3 times. I tell you, general common man is very, very nice. Unfortunately, this scenario has come. They are loaded with lead now because of the ammunitions. Our borders are loaded with lead because of ammunitions. He said, what do you want me to do? I said, I want one letter addressed to the parliament secretaries of all developing countries. I did not say India. What do you want? 2-line letter. He said, you type. I sat typed. What did I say? If developing countries do not introduce unleaded petrol in next 3 years, no more World Bank loan. 3 years time was given. I brought that letter, gave it to Parliament Secretary, Mr. Singh was there. He said, wow, World Bank will not give us money if we don't introduce unleaded petrol. What to do? They had him. Within 30 days, all over the country, in every petrol bunk there was a board, unleaded petrol, unleaded petrol. They started stopping, adding tetraethyl lead, which was buried in near Jaisalmer, where Pokhran blast happened. All the thousands of tons of tetraethyl lead are buried there. That is the success of one small work, which did not involve huge budget. Okay, why One Health matters? To you, me. We want our children, our family members to be healthy. Forget about your neighbors, forget about somebody who is away from us. We want to be safe. Isn't it? Are we not selfish? But here, we people want everybody to be healthy. Apart from environmental impact, you have already gone through all this. Zoonotic diseases, antimicrobial resistance, food safety and security. Our professor is here from the Bangalore University. And global health equity. Now, I am not going into the details. I will tell you a few more very shocking things to you. Please stop me whenever I exceed the time. Therefore, One Health principles, interdisciplinary collaboration. We are all one. We are not, microbiologists are separate, we don't have virologists separate, biochemists separate. We are all one. We must feel we belong to one family. Look at that problem, various angles. Transdisciplinary research. TDU is there here. Transdisciplinary university is there. How many allopathic doctors know something about Ayurveda? How many Ayurvedic physicians are prescribing allopathic medicine, steroids? We need to bring them together, certify them that they know each other, recognize each other. You should know what the other person is doing. Local engagements are required. Sustainable developments are required. This is the purpose of One Health. And human-animal environment interface is beautifully explained here. When you go to Kenya, you will find all these big fives. If this is not there, that will not be there. Between animals and forest, there should not be any conflict. The One Health is supposed to eliminate that conflict amongst various disciplines. Okay? Rabies, elimination in Latin America. I was in Bolivia as the chairman of the high altitude. I'm a mountaineer. He said he will not believe that if I say I am 79 years, but I'm a mountaineer now, you should believe. I had the opportunity to climb with Sir Edmund Hillary, who climbed Mount Everest, but I climbed some other. I went on a trek with him. And at one place called Lukla, this I must tell you, that's where One Health concept came. When we went to Lukla, Lukla is like this airport, steep valley. Myself, Edmund Hillary were waiting for his daughter and wife to land. The plane came like this, crashed here, and both his wife and daughter instantaneously died. He did not cry. His son Peter was crying. I was there. I could not console them. You know what Edmund Hillary said? Venki, he calls me Venki. Venki, I want to donate all my property, whatever I have in New Zealand, whatever I have, I want to donate it to establish the multidisciplinary approach towards the safety. Because his wife and daughter had died. That's how it started. Of course, Ebola response in West Africa, that's another great work. Earlier speakers have covered this. Yesterday I saw that. Therefore, food safety security now, my wife is very particular, not like my mother. She is very particular that I should bring only packed, and rice also. She makes sure that no worms are there. Then I have to behave what she says. I bring rice. I ask them, if there's insect, I will return it. Shop fellow said, no insect, sir. I bring it home, 10 kilo, 20 kilo, put it in a dabba. Next day when my wife came and said, there's a cockroach in that. I said, live or dead? Live. Oh, this rice is sprayed with so many things that the cockroach will die. It should die. But if it has, cockroach has died or something, then if it has not died, it's safe, we can eat. Like old man had to go his daughter's house crossing the forest in Western Ghat. He took his grandson. When grandfather could not see, grandson was very hungry. He said, Tata, I am very hungry. He said, see some trees, some fruits. He said, there's a fruit. He said, is any fruit fallen? Yes, lots of fruits have fallen. Any insect eating, bird eating? He said, no, then don't eat. It is poisonous. Concept has come that what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, what is organic, what is natural, what is with the pesticides, insecticide. Honey you collect from the forest is a natural farming. Honey you create in a box in a park or a garden is organic. Whereas if you use all kinds of sprays, etc. in the estate and then you get honey, it is not organic. This is, tomorrow there's a big meeting in Sirsi when Joshi has come out with organic farming earning 25 lakhs per acre per year. Why I'm telling you, people may think in Sri Lanka it failed, that food safety security, Sri Lanka it failed, but in India it's picking up. This is our future. Therefore, we are not just limited to one particular discipline of lead toxicity or AMR. We are also concerned about the other associated factors like food. In Delhi, this is salmonella reduction in poultry, safe fish consumption in Ghana. They were all something which alerted people to go in for food safety and security. Wildlife conservation in Africa, One Health approach, protected endangered species and habitat. Today, if you go to any hospital in Kenya, even in the capital, the hospitals are empty. Not like our hospitals or Bangladesh hospitals, which are loaded, people are waiting outside. Reason is, they live in harmony with nature. That's where I learned. They eat only when they are hungry. Here, conference lunch will be given. 1.5 hours later, bhaji pakoda is given. That also we consume whether we are hungry or not. How can we live? This antibiotic stewardship in agriculture, you are quite aware. Antibiotic stewardship in veterinary, you are quite aware. There was a problem. I was the advisor to Quality Council of India. One young fellow came, doctor, an intern. He wanted to do some study. I said, what do you want to do? Sir, I am confused because we are developing resistance to antibiotics. I want to find out why. He said, what do you want to do? Young fellow, young doctor. You know what he said? Sir, I want to collect the data from high-end hospitals where there is a zero infection. Zero infection. What do you mean? I said. I could not understand. I want to go to accredited hospitals, sir. Please suggest some 100 accredited hospitals. I want to collect data of how many patients after surgery, high-end surgery like renal transplant or liver transplant and cardiac surgery, how many of them develop post-surgical site infection not responding to antibiotics? See, what a beautiful title. After high-end surgery, they go home. After 40 days, if they develop, it's called nosocomial infection. He wanted to find out how many patients develop after surgery, surgical site infection like pus, blah, blah, which is not responding to any antibiotic. Then we gave permission. He went and collected about 120 patients. About 100 of them he could follow up. Oh, and then he came back and said, oh, these are all the patients have developed antibiotic resistance. They have developed nosocomial infection. Then he could not tell us anything why it happened. Then I asked him, did you find out how many are vegetarians, how many are non-vegetarians? He went back, came back within a week. He said 95% of them are non-vegetarians. Only around 5% agrarians, they are not, what do we call? Vegans. Then I said, go find out what antibiotics they were consuming, what food they were consuming. Sir, they are all poultry, birds and farm meat they were consuming. He went, I sent him the farm. There he found out the farm animals are loaded with antibiotics as a prophylactic. Birds are given. I asked them to find out. He inquired, he found out in, what is that, some near E Road, some hill places there. And he came back and said, all the date expired antibiotics collected from the hospitals, short shelf life, sir, these are the antibiotics which are distributed to them. He found out, he did an audit, antibiotic audit. You know who is this boy? Our Devi Shetty's son. He did an antibiotic audit. How much is produced in the country, how much is imported, how much is distributed, how much is used, how much is returned, what happened to that, how it is destroyed. Through that he found out how we can develop resistance because it has come through the other source, like during Ganesha festival, painted Ganeshas were immersed in lakes all over Karnataka, and 2 kilogram weighing Ganesha having 180 grams of paint, we calculated, had 12% lead. All the lead went into the water. Cows and buffaloes, when after they drank that water, their milk had very high lead level. 1973 publication, one of the finest publication of a myth was explored in Bangalore, in Vanivilas Hospital. One particular group of people who were admitted for delivery, they had stillbirth. They were all from Kengeri, where Rishabhavati river water was used to grow that fodder which cattle used to consume, that cattle milk they were consuming. That's how that cycle completed. Therefore, this is the environmental conservation wherein we can take up any project and explore that. Human-animal interface, I know One Health initiative improved animal welfare, reduced rabies transmission. I was responsible in our ISLU to get his laboratory accredited for from Quality Accreditation Institute. He must have mentioned that. That's the only lab, and now more labs are coming up. Livestock, human disease surveillance in Kenya. Kenya has contributed large. Therefore, global health security agenda, multi-country collaboration now strengthened. Therefore, if you want to take up a project on One Health, where animal, human and the agriculture, you will get huge funds, lot of funds. And I think there should be separate department for One Health, wherein all disciplines will come and get together and work. One day in Chandni Chowk area, I went to buy that sweet, forgot the name. Next to sweet shop, there was a small young boy who was repairing the batteries, scooter battery. I asked him, Naam kya? He said, Chetan, very bright eyes. This after about 5-6 years after I lost that small little baby, this boy. Then I asked, you're not going to school? No, he's working with his mamu. Mamu, I thought he's mother's brother. He's somebody, he calls him mamu. Then he was bright boy, very sharp. I thought I should somehow tell his mamu, take him to Bangalore, educate him, because my children were already settled. I went and told my wife. After 1 month, myself, my wife went to Chandni Chowk area. Why is not there? I asked that mamu, ye chokra kidhar hai, that boy. He said, account, because so many boys come and work and go. Then showed the photo. Oh, एक हफ्ते के पहले 1 week or 15 days earlier, this boy developed severe abdominal colic and nobody took him to the hospital. Next day morning he was dead. How many children? Shivakashi you go, bonded laborers. Children are bonded laborers. Therefore, WHO's One Health approach improves condition between human, animal, environmental health sector, enhance global, security. Benefits? Benefits are in billions of dollars only, whether it's a small project or big project. If we can convince our partners, they are politicians, if we can convince, we should not work like scientists within 4 walls. We should keep 1 foot in the lab, 1 foot outside the lab. We must move with them without rubbing our shoulder. I think everything will happen. Like how we got unleaded petrol, how I got lead-free paint, lead-safe paint. Of course, community engagement in school programs. We in fact educated through what is called leader program, led educator. We went to interior Bihar and other places, educated school teachers and asked them to educate 500 students over a period of 1 year. And awareness removes 60-70% of the problem. Awareness will make us aware of One Health and its importance. Of course, okay. WHO's One Health resolution of 2017, global recognition of One Health importance, US National One Health Committee. Luckily, I am with NASA. NASA has taken over this in one of the scientific committee as their chairman. I just returned a few days ago from there. We are talking about high altitude. If you are at sea level, you go to 8,000 feet, you develop altitude sickness. But 8,000, those who are born, brought up at 8,000 don't have any problem. When they climb by another 8,000, when they go to 16,000, they develop symptoms. Because change in the environment, new adaptation causes several problems. One Health is the solution for that. Now, astronauts are being trained on pranayama and yogic exercises so that they will not lose the bone mineral density like what she lost. She's still under treatment, Sunita Williams, right? Now, therefore, you must come to my laboratory, which is at 22,000 feet in La Paz, Bolivia, at the base of Mount Chacaltaya. Anytime you can come. You will get free accommodation, food. The only thing you have to travel to South America. You can work in that laboratory. We have put a very nice team of people from different countries looking at it. Okay, you can go to Google and look for Lead Man of India. You will get all the details. Friends, sources for my information from mostly internet, IAI and other sources. I would like to, project 797, I want to tell you. I don't know how many of you, is there anybody who knows about project 797? Do you know what is 797, magic number? 797 is, I went to Modi's office, he gave me an appointment 2 years ago with this project. He said, you have 5 minutes, but he spent 25 minutes. I explained, sir, we have 797 districts in India. Each district has a district hospital. This district hospital has a huge land, and they have, I want one corner, one room. I will put some equipment. I will train them. They can do biomonitoring of toxic substances. That is the agenda for NCDC, National Center for Disease Control. He said, wonderful, we will provide you 10 lakhs per center. If the state gives matching grant of 10 lakhs, is it enough? I said, more than enough. Nothing happened for 2 years. A very efficient Prime Minister, nothing happened. I tell you, the letter went to NCDC. NCDC, there were changes in, somebody had kept somewhere, nobody observed that. And when I went to NCDC for a meeting, sir, we had received this letter from Prime Minister's office, what is it? I said, I only sent it. This is to have a small setup to collect data on biomonitoring of toxic substances in the environment leading towards One Health. It helps us to know. Then Andhra Pradesh came forward. Tamil Nadu came forward. Both the states are doing it now. Now Jharkhand has come forward. We had USAID, but now USAID is stopped because of Trump's new decision. Everything has come to standstill as far as US aid is concerned. But we have our own country aid, we are continuing with that. Therefore, it is just launched, it's continuing now. Now, environmental health, human health, animals, when it overlaps, the small portion is only One Health. When all the three circles merge, that should be our, unless I merge with you, these things will not merge. We must have open mind. We should get, I would love to come to your department. I would like to have some other discipline to your department. We together can create this wonderful One Health. Okay? Thank you very much. If any questions, yeah, you feel free to ask. Exactly 45 minutes.
Very good morning, sir. And
very healthy morning, happy morning. Tell me, madam.
So from this healthy point of view itself, I have a question.
I'm very happy.
Sir, you just gave an example which is like the insects were drawn and when your wife said and when your mother said. But now we are developing all disease-resistant varieties. And
why? They are also treated.
Probably the technology.
We need a solution. Every problem has a solution.
Yeah.
I'm talking about 50 years ago. When we used to buy vegetables, there were no worms and vegetables were safe to eat. Those worms were also probably were not exposed to any sprays. But today, the amount of spray we are using on cauliflower and things like that, even the worm will they get resistance, you know.
Yeah, now I'm just curious now, like the apples are very red. Oh. With a wax coating, yes. And rather than worms and infects, humans
forget about apple outer, watermelon inside.
Yeah.
Congo red is injected.
So now I just need your light to shed the light in this because we humans are attracted for that.
You see, where are you, madam? Where are you working?
Sir, in Mysore, JSS. In Mysore.
Mysore is that? Yeah. University.
No, not in university, like university, private university, JSS H.
JSS, okay, right. Which department?
Microbiology.
Microbiology, medical college microbiology. Yeah,
now we have a separate campus as a School of Life Sciences.
Professor Mahadevappa used to be there as an advisor for a long time. From the agriculture, he was the Vice Chancellor of Agriculture University. He is no more. He has created a center there. In his, I think you do one thing, madam. You send me on WhatsApp or my email, okay? I will definitely respond and connect you to. It should be multi-stakeholders meeting, that some kind of twinning program with outside Indian universities. They are all very keen to come to India and work with people like you. There is something. Send it to me. I will give you my email ID. Maybe I will give my card. Card is not there. You share that with me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no problem. Any other problem? Any other question? Yes, Dr. Syed, I had come to your place.
Yeah, very nice, informative.
Thank you, thank you. I don't know who belong to which department. I want to make it as a general talk without focusing on a particular discipline, you know. Tell me.
My question is that implementation is the biggest challenge in Indian scenario.
For anything to be implemented, we have to alert the bureaucrats and policymakers, mainly politicians. We have to alert them. Unless you go and tell them your grandchild will die, they will not take it seriously.
They are not so easily acceptable because we are working on this sewage surveillance.
Priority, they have some priorities.
That how to convince.
No, how I did, I tell you. One example I tell you. We wanted paint industries to come out with lead-safe paint below 90 ppm. Our Indian paints had up to 40,000 ppm. 40,000 ppm. Highest was in school bus, yellow color paint. Then I called for a meeting of all paint manufacturers. I told them only chairman or the secretary should come, no junior fellow. They all came. It was on Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday meeting. Government asked me how many meetings you need. I said I need only 2 meetings. They are ready to fund 6 meetings. I said I need only 2 meetings. They all came. I had secretary also, IAS officer from Ministry of Industries and Commerce, DIPP, Department of Industrial Policy Promotion. I requested paint company, why don't you supply paint for decorative and domestic purpose? Decorative, domestic purpose. Paint with below 90 ppm. He said, we don't have technology. I said, I just saw your report, Asian Paints. 91% of your market share is leaded and 9% having sent to Singapore and other places, no lead. How can you say you don't have technology? Then he said it costs 15% more. I told them, our government is willing to compensate with that 15%. I want lead safe paint below 90 ppm. They did not answer. Then I said, outside the meeting, don't disclose it to anybody. I want to disclose something. Our government has, I had prepared my secretaries, agreed to import paints below 90 ppm, paint below 90 ppm lead. They were ready to import without duty, without custom, and make it available at lower price than your paint. Then where will you be? I am interested in your industry. I don't want your industries to die. This is what I told, to next meeting, next Thursday, all the paint industries came with a note. We are ready to manufacture for domestic and decorative. I start for submarine. Submarine we need lead. They did it. Today, whole country for residential area, children area, painting, it's all very safe paint. This is how we scientists should work with them, not with our lab. We get knowledge from our lab, but we get effectiveness. That's what I perform locally, advocate globally. This has happened in Mauritius. They started buying paints from us. The market share of paint has gone up for our Asian paint, Burger. I used to call them Bugger. Now it's Burger. Name is. We created the QPEC, Quality Play Environment for Children. Balban was the first where Mysore lac and paint. They came and gave paint without lead. Children are playing, they're safe. Quality Play Environment for Children. We started the STEP, Student Talent Exploration Project. Degree students have published papers on lead, cadmium, mercury, arsenic. We give them 3,000 rupees per month. For 3 months, they have to generate data. We have XRF, we have ICP-MS, we have all the equipment. Facilities are there, madam. People can use. Yes. I also used to tell people, are you dying or dying? Hair dye. I tell you about that because a lot of young ladies are here. I must tell them, alert them. I asked one of them, I tell you. One day in Forum Mall, your question first.
Sir, I don't know it's right or wrong. Printer, I hope you know the printer. When you print in the disc, lead will be there. Whenever we see the print in bus tickets or any mall printing bill, it will evaporate.
There is no lead in that.
Okay. Then it's not carcinogenic.
That in B and C class cities, wedding invitation, etc., they are printed now by the latest technology. Nothing to worry
especially
about.
This BMTC bus tickets.
Just gone now.
Okay.
Nothing
Thank
to
you,
worry. In one day in Forum Mall, with this I'll conclude. In the Forum Mall, there was a beautiful young girl. I went and going round and round this side, that side, looking at her. She was getting a little embarrassed. Why this old man is going around me and watching me? I said, uncle, what do you want? I said, you are beautiful. Oh, thank you, uncle. Again I was there. Anything, uncle? I don't know why I was going around. From this angle, your hair is green. This angle, purple. I tell you, I did not have camera. I can't take photo without permission. What did you apply? Something she said. I forgot the name. Then I told her, all these substances contain lead, and this lead is directly absorbed by the skin. Cosmetics. Organic lead is absorbed by the skin, inorganic lead is absorbed by the intestine, and then some lead particles are absorbed by the lungs. Therefore, these are the three routes. She was looking at her phone and not even listening to me. I said, asked her, what is your name? She said, Vandana. Oh, Vandana, did you hear what I said? The organic color, what you are using, contains lead. It will go into your, through the skin, goes to your kidneys. There will be kidney damage. Uncle, thank you for the dhyan. Gyan or dhyan, I don't know. Then over, after about some 6 months or so, I got a phone call from our emergency department. Sir, there's a patient admitted, looks like having abdominal colic and some muscular neurological problem. Will you come, because we need your inputs. I went there. When I remembered that I had seen her somewhere. Same girl, forum girl. She's looking at me. Then I said, do you remember me? Yes, you are the one who was teaching me about lead. I said, yes. Uncle, I don't want to die. Her kidneys have failed. They are looking for dialysis and things like that. I don't want to die, uncle. What should I tell her? No, don't worry. Today, even if heart fails, there's another heart to take care of. Next day, I came to know that she was no more.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, what are the areas which we can pick up in One Health for research? Major areas, sir.
What are the?
Major areas where we can pick up for one.
What is your area?
Sir.
What is your area?
So bioinformatics and functions.
You take that one only, collect big data, analyze, come out with your suggestions. Any area, your area can be fit into that.
Okay, sir.
Nano information technology is what we are looking for. We are looking at chips. If you are a computer scientist, we want a chip which can be inserted inside your skin, and that will come in contact with circulating all medicines or your body parameters, sends it through RFID, body current, to external device that goes to the clinician, goes to the pharmacy, drone will bring the medicine. This is future of healthcare. Not going to laboratory. Most of the old people today in cities, their children are abroad. They take care over the phone. These people cannot go out. We need that kind of system. Therefore, your discipline also, your area of information technology, you can utilize it.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, an excellent information you have given, sir, especially awareness about this data. Most of us, we are neglecting this, especially air dye, paints.
Do you die?
Air dye.
Do you die? Please don't die, because we need you.
Sir, is there any way out? Is there any way out treat this excess lead in the blood?
See, we can remove the lead from the blood by using chelating agents like D-pencilamine, DMSA. These are all agents. Desmarcaptosuccinic acid, and we can infuse EDTA, remove lead, but it also disrupts the calcium, magnesium, other divalents. That is, but DMSA is the safest, but very expensive. One cycle of DMSA treatment costs about $2,000. Right now, I have a patient in Pune, 14-year young boy. I don't know how he got it, and they are spending huge money. He is yet to recover because the half-life of lead in the bone is 45 years. 50% of the lead to come out takes 45 years. All through the people have to suffer, because that person took 1 year some traditional medicine. Maha Yoga Raja Gulu to become a Gugu. lead level increased in blood, they will not become Buddhas, they will become Buddhus. Yes, yes. The Indian Drug and Cosmetics Act says they have to use only natural dyes. But we have best of the laws and policies, but where is the inspection agency? Everything you buy, FSSAI, FSSAI. But can you believe that? They don't even come to the lab and test it. Based on your statement, they give certificate. Can you accept it? There's a delusion. Remember, delusion is not a solution for any kind of pollution, applicable to one health also.
Once again, I am here. ನಮಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದು ಒಂದೇ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕದ್ರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಸೀಸ್ಗಡ್ಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಯೋರು. ಸೀಸ್ಗಡ್ಡಿ, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸೀಸ್ಗಡ್ಡಿಲಿ ಬರೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅನ್ನೋರು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವಿವಾಗ ಪೆನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಆ ಪೆನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಏನಿದೆ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಸೀಸ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಲೆಡ್.
That is graphite and carbon.
Graphite and carbon.
The paint on the pencil contains lead. That's why I recommended to government why allow Natraj and Apsara to paint pencils. Unpainted wooden finished pencil they can give. The writing material is only carbon and
Okay.
I did not mention.
So like this, respected all, the talk is about amazing, enlightened, emotional. What sir told regard to One Health. He made us all have to think. So right now what we are doing, whether we are going in a right way or not. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಪುನಃ ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರಲ್ಲಿ ಕವರ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಬಜ್ಜಿ ಬೋಂಡ ತಿಂತೀವಿ.
News paper in Kstacademy, they buy pack bhaji, pakoda, they give it free of cost later also.
Yes.
Buy one take one.
So like this, so definitely he made us all have to think, no doubt. Seriously, we have to think for that. So One Health, and sir is the only man behind that. I can tell this is not One Health, this is one man talk. The presentation is very much commendable. Then, what is our rights? He told. Lead level in blood, some stories he told. Then also he enlightened us regard to food safety, food security. Then Ganesha festival example also sir gave. How the lead, food cycle it enter. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಗಣೇಶನ ಇಡ್ತಲೇ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಬಿಡ್ತಲೇ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. We have to think over that. So what are the economic benefit, policies for that? Then his advice 796 to government of India. 797, yes, district projects regard that, sir. Sir, my personally and from all of us, we are very much lucky to have you with us, sir, today.
If you are lucky to have one person, I am so lucky to have so many people.
Your talk is very much enlightened us and made us to think, sir. So with this brief, personally and the half of Karnataka Science Technology, so we are very much grateful to you, and from all of us, we are all very much thankful to you, sir.
Malali Gowda here. Dr. Malali, please come for a minute here. Just a minute. A great man, gene man of India, worked in US for a long time. Now I am associated with him. He is a man who is now creating organic farming, certifying organic farming. One day, you must invite him and he should give a talk. And we both of us are traveling to Chelsea tomorrow. You want to say something?
Create a better land, living, create a forest. pesticide free. I'm from Agriculture University, studied BSc Agri, MSc Agri, PhD, US, 10 years. Come back, we're eating poison. So now I think he has invited, I made him to come to villages. I'm from a bioinformatics, human genome. I work on genomics and all this. But I went back to villages, create school of forest farmers. Our farmers are able to produce, I think he was mentioning some lakhs of rupees per acre.
He was buried under the earth in Gujarat earthquake. I was also there.
So
His people, his family members were ready to do Shraddha. Somehow he survived and came back to do service to the society.
So we can able to create a better, environment. We have a technology. I think you should all go back to, I think first of all he said lead itself. We all take a picture American Europeans with white hairs. But why we are all putting, dye. I think he said dye. I think it's 2-3 million viewers across the world. I think we should change, eating, when you go verify it. Rao is here, so many people are here, but we can able to do the better things. If you want to do anything, climate related, agriculture, horticulture, forestry, biodiversity. So I work with the farmers. They made the difference, as you mentioned, professors. People are getting 5 to 20 lakhs per acre per year. You tell me any IT guys get that amount. No pesticides, no herbicides, no even a cultivation required. It's an easy method, easily doable, but all industry mafia made hard fertilizer, pesticides are eating. I think we're all eating. So we have bringing those products back to customers like us. I live in Yelahanka. I need it, so we have created a company, Longer Life, how to live longer. So one of the component is this, and also cancer. Thank you so much. I can talk more when you meet separately. Thank you, Guruji.
Why that prasad they give in Tirupati?
Sir,
If you had been to Tirupati, I tell you, they have put stone slabs. Between that, they have sealed it with lead. They wash it several times. Water goes back, and same water they pump and make that. What is that? Leddu, not laddu. Lead continue. Okay.
Please, sir. Sit down, sir. Sir, kutkolli, sir. Please, 1 ನಿಮಿಷ. So, 1 hour, I think it is not enough to listen you, sir. We need more hours to listen is your wonderful lecture. It is really, eye-opening lecture and very insightful. So we need awareness of this kind of topic many more times. Thank you very much for spending your time and giving a talk. And I request our Karuna Sagar sir, please present a memento to Tupil Venkatesh sir as a token of our respect. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, please give him a big round of applause for he is serving his life for the betterment of society. Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful contribution towards the betterment of our society. Thank you, sir. And great salute to you, sir, for your wonderful contribution. Thank you. Yes, sir, please, sir. And I request our sir also once give him a memento, Dr. Girish sir, for chairing this session, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session.
I will also join in it.
Yeah, please, sir. Bharat. Now I call upon next speaker, Dr. Sanat Kumar sir. Please come on to the stage. And I request Professor Usha Ravindra Madam to please come on to the stage. Please, sir. Sit down, sir. Sit down, sir. So I am very much happy to introduce Professor Usha Madam. Usha Madam is always associated with our KSTA programs, and also Madam is very good friend of KSTA. Madam presently a professor and head of the Department of Food Science and Nutrition, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. Madam did BSc Agri, MSc Agri and PhD from US, Bangalore. And Madam also got more than 28 years of teaching experience in food science and nutrition. Madam handled more than 20 research projects of both central and also state governments. Madam also got 3 patents. Madam developed more than 10 technologies and also commercialized and actively involved in agricultural extension work for community development. Published more than 20 research articles in peer-reviewed journals of both national and also international journals of repute. Madam also got several awards, PhD gold medal and also Best Women Scientist Award during Indian Science Congress, and also in Karnataka and also in Delhi. Madam got these prizes. With this brief introduction, thank you very much, Madam, for accepting to chair this session. And on behalf of all of you, my own behalf, hearty welcome you, Madam, for this session. And also I request you to please introduce our teacher, Dr. Sanat Kumar sir, for this session. Please.
Very good morning. Very good morning. Can we have a small exercise? I request all of you just stand for 1 minute and then you can sit down. There is one friend still sitting. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for responding. Please take your chair. Because you heard Tupuli Venkatesh sir for a long time, and he's a very good speaker as such. Okay, coming to present topic, it's on aquatic foods as a source of antimicrobial resistant bacteria, risk identification and mitigation. Before going to that, our KSA has chosen a wonderful topic, that is antimicrobial resistance. And it's a need of the hour. Mainly, it absolutely talk about our plate, our meal plate. And there are so many, I think from yesterday you have been listening to different scholars and scientists and extension personals who are working with the community. Because this requires a lot of attention, whichever is possible from our side. I think probably we can all put hands together to reduce antimicrobial resistance, because the drug is the one. I think if you take the Indian growing industry or the market share of the industry, it's a pharma and cosmetic industry, as Tupuli Venkatesh sir rightly said. So let us pray today to begin with our refrigerator, with a very good segregation of items which are kept in the refrigeration, because sir is going to talk about meat and meat related products, mainly the marine foods, I think. Okay, because the contamination starts from the refrigerator in a greater extent than with safe hand washing practices and such other things. And also the last part of this particular main event is spreading the awareness. That's what we are all doing here, and you are all taking part in that. So it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Sanat Kumar as a principal scientist at the Central Institute of Fisheries Education, CIFE, Mumbai. It's a national university under Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi. He has a master's in fishery science and PhD in fishery microbiology. And he teaches microbiology, molecular biology, biotechnology, and research methodology courses to postgraduate students. And he's handling multiple research projects and guiding masters as well as doctoral students. He has over 25 years of experience with a wide postdoctoral research experience in India, Japan, Germany, and USA. So at ICR CIFE, Mumbai, Sanat Kumar's research is focused on seafood-borne pathogens such as Vibrios non-typhoidal Salmonella, E. coli types, as well as MRSA and Listeria monocytogenes, and also their virulence mechanisms. Then also physiology and genetics of pathogen persistence in food, antimicrobial resistance toxins, then membrane transporters of sugar and efflux pump groups, and also metagenome analysis, then biocontrol of pathogens in fishery products. These are the delicacies now, and also we boost fish as one of the best, healthiest product. And then microbe mediated fish waste management. His group is actively involved in developing methods for rapidly detecting seafood-borne pathogens. So his research emphasizes the mitigation of pathogen contamination and antimicrobial resistance in tropical seafood, aligning with One Health concept. So he has published over 100 research papers in peer-reviewed journals of international as well as national importance. Then several books he has authored, and also he is trying his best to communicate science through popular articles. Sir, we are fortunate to have you.
Thank you.
So session is open for you now.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. All distinguished people here, my colleagues, students. First, before I start, I must express my gratitude to my mentors who are sitting here, my guides, my gurus, Dr. Karunasagar and Dr. Indrani Madam. So all MFSC, PhD, postdoctoral experience, foreign visits, all because of them. And I'm standing here because of them. So I'm grateful to them. And I also express my gratitude to KSTA, and in particular to Dr. A.M. Ramesh for giving me this opportunity to present my work before you. So whatever I am presenting, most of the things are what we are doing in our lab in Mumbai. So we are a central university, we have postgraduate programs, and students work masters and PhD on various topics. So I am from fish processing department, and my department part of work involves working on various seafood-borne pathogens, controlling them, detecting them, their dissemination, risk assessment, and AMR is one part of it, and it is not exclusively that we are working on AMR. So when you are working on bacteria, obviously we work on their antibiotic resistance and also the methods to control them. Second one. Okay, so all of us, most of us were working on pathogens either from food or from clinical settings or from seafood. So we are very familiar with the bacteria, Vibrio cholerae, Parahemolyticus, Salmonella, Staph aureus, Listeria, pathogenic E. coli, various zeroers, pathovars of E. coli. So we know them, we have already branded them, and for over several hundred years we know them that they are pathogens. And a lot of work has gone into understanding them, and we are quite familiar with how they cause disease and what is the mechanism. For example, Vibrio cholerae has a CTX toxin, cholera toxin, parahemolytic acid, TDHTRH. Salmonella has an array of, it has a versatile mechanism involving various pathogenicity islands that help Salmonella to invade, persist and cause disease. And then Staph aureus, it has PVL type toxic shock syndrome toxins and over a dozen enterotoxins. Listeria has its own bundle of innovation-associated proteins that help it to invade and spread within the host. So we are very aware of how these bacteria cause disease, so we call them pathogens. But now we are facing with bacteria that are not generally called as pathogens from a food safety point of view. So we have numerous of them like invasive non-typhoidal salmonella, which are found in various foods in the environment. So we are talking about Chronobacter sakazaki as an emerging food pathogen. We also find them in seafood. We are the ones who have reported Chronobacter sakazaki from seafood. And we have also whole genome sequence its bacterium, but yet we do not know Acinetobacter we have, and we isolate extremely drug resistant enterobacterials from seafood. We isolate non-fermenting enterobacterials from seafood that are extremely drug resistant, but yet we do not know their public health significance, what exactly they are going to cause when they are present in seafood. So one point is clear that when we do not want them in any kind of food, we do not want them around us, we don't want them to get into our living environment, we don't want them into our kitchen or into our kitchen sink or environment. So a lot of things are remaining to be understood in future. That's where the research has to go into. Although we work on all these, and we also work on their drug resistant patterns and their disseminations, the mechanism involved in drug resistance, and also alongside we are also now focusing more on this, and without knowing much about their significance in foods. Okay, so one of the focus area of or the interest from multi-drug resistance point of view, and also if you open any journal, you find at least one article on escape pathogens, which is represented by Enterococcus faecium, Staphylococcus aureus, Klebsiella pneumoniae, Acinetobacter baumannii, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Enterobacter species. These are the ones which are considered high priority bacteria, pathogens from nosocomial point of view, from infection point of view, and also from the point of view of drug resistance. So these are the one bacteria. Now we are also isolating from seafood, and I see a lot of abstract in the abstract book which deal with the antimicrobial resistance of this. Again, as I said, the significance of antimicrobial resistance from our health point of view, from food consumption point of view, and community transmission of the pathogens as well as drug resistance needs to be studied further. So the various mechanisms, already these have been discussed by previous speakers. So some of the work that we have been doing in our department and that we have published, and whatever I have cited along my slides are all our publications. Now, so we encounter a lot of resistance, particularly in, if you look at the environment in Mumbai, we deal with seafood, coastal marine environment, the seafood that is isolated from the coastal marine environment, handled in the coastal environment, and then it comes to landing center where it is exposed to various sources of contamination, and then in the markets there will be handling, extensive handling, and the markets in Mumbai are not like, unfortunately not like the kind of market that I see in here in south. For example, if you go to Mangalore, I see all the fish very fresh, shining, clean and iced, but we don't see this kind of thing in Mumbai. The environment is also kind of a lot of contaminated with the sewage, because over 40% of sewage that is generated, 2 million liters of sewage that is generated on daily basis in Mumbai is not being treated, because the metropolitan corporation doesn't have infrastructure to do that, because the population is growing and the habitation is increasing. They are not able to handle that. So naturally all these untreated sewage, domestic, medical, agricultural waste go into the coastal marine environment, ultimately contaminating the seafood. So the reason why we encounter and isolate a huge number of these resistant bacteria carrying MC lactamases, which give resistance to a large number of cephalosporins, And then extended spectrum beta-lactamases, we have already seen third generation cephalosporins, Astronam. So they give resistance to all that, and AMC gives resistance to clavulanate also. And whatever is not given by ESBL is given by AMC, and they are found together. And along with that, you have carbapenemases, which give resistance to carbapenem. So the bacteria that we isolate in our seafood in Mumbai, we encounter all these, and in over 70% of the bacteria we encounter these. These are all from wild caught seafood. We are also part of a network project of ICR, that is Antimicrobial Network, Resistant Network in fisheries and livestock, where we study exclusively bacteria associated with shrimp farm. So we do not encounter this level of resistance in shrimp farm isolates of E. coli or Vibrio cholerae, Vibrio parahemolyticus, but we do encounter extreme drug resistant in bacteria that are isolated from wild caught seafood. So these are some of the data that I would like to present. So if you look at the enterobacterials, which include all bacteria belonging to the family Enterobacteriaceae. So you can see here a huge number, like 75% of them. Just an example, 75% of these enterobacterials isolated from seafood, they produce extended spectrum beta-lactamases. That's a huge number, and sometimes you see that even from shrimp, 100% of these bacteria produce ESBL. So not only they produce that, they give resistance to a large number of cephalosporins as well as to carbapenem. At the same time, they are reservoirs of transmission of these genes, because in aquatic environment, unlike in terrestrial environment, bacteria come in contact with each other frequently, and that gives more opportunity for transmission of horizontal transmission of these genetic elements which encode for resistance, because most of these resistance mechanisms, they reside on transmissible genetic elements like transposons and plasmids. Okay, so this is exclusively with some of those bacteria. As I said, you can see third generation cephalosporins. You can see some of them over T. These 3 third generation cephalosporins are tolerated by over 97% of the bacteria that we isolate from seafood. Obviously, when they are resistant to more than 2 or 3 third generation cephalosporins, they will be producing ESBLs. So this is the data that we have regarding ESBL producing E. coli in seafood. You can see that 80% of E. coli, because see, one thing I would like to say, 100% of the seafood that we isolate from, seafood that we test from Mumbai landing centers or from markets, they have E. coli. That means 100% of them is fecally contaminated. It's nothing can go beyond that. That means everything is fecally contaminated, obviously. So what is the significance of this? Ultimately, where these bacteria are going and what they are doing, how they, when they get into the community, seafood consuming community, how these bacteria are going to impact their health. Are they going to colonize their kitchen, their refrigerators? Are they, so generally people out of ignorance, they say, they ask one frequent question: seafood is fried, it is cooked, so how these bacteria are going to do any harm to us? So this is not scientific question, because then when you look at bacteria, it's not that you simply kill them and get rid of them. They can spread in your environment, home environment, in various ways. They can contaminate your fruits, they can contaminate your raw vegetables. Those who are handling fish, so they can infect them. They can enter through wounds. So in variety of ways, bacteria can cause infections in humans. So in the first place, we don't want this bacteria in our food. That's why we need to do something in future to get rid of them from our environment, from our food. So this One Health and antibiotic, whatever policy that we are talking about, is all about mitigating this and getting rid of these bacteria from our environment as well as from our food systems. Okay, so again, the same thing that I explained, that the ciprofloxacin resistance also you can see quite huge. Clavulanic acid, and at least it is around 37%, and meropenem, etapenem, and imipenem resistance is although low, but we do encounter a separate study we have done on them. And so this is quinolone and colistin resistance that we recently published on this, and you can see that the ciprofloxacin is resisted by over 57% of E. coli that we isolate from seafood. and many of them harbor QNRB, the highest is QNRS, and these are plasmid bone quinolone resistant genes. Okay, so they are found on plasmid, so they are easily transmissible. We also found mutations, so because there are two mechanisms of quinolone resistance. One is plasmid mediated quinolone resistance, and the second one is mutations in GAIR-A and PAR-C. So that also we determined, 68%, 70%, 68, all these had mutations in various GAIR-A and PAR-C genes. So, the second question that comes when you say that we isolate huge number of E. coli from seafood, are they also pathogenic? Do they belong to any pathowar group? So this is one of our work that has been published. So you can see that the EHEC, large number of EHEC, enterohemorrhagic E. coli, so obviously they are pathogenic, potentially pathogenic. They are pathogenic when they are found in food that is directly consumed. But when they are found in seafood, they are potentially pathogenic. So you have atypical EPEC, typical EPEC, ETEC, EAEC, EAEC. In the sense, we have isolated every pathogroup of Escherichia coli from seafood. Okay, so all pathogroups were present. And at the same time, we are also focusing on some of those hybrid E. coli. That's our recent work that is going on. Hybrid E. coli are those which, because see, pathowars are categorized clearly as those harboring specific genotype, like Shiga toxin producing E. coli harbor STX gene, they harbor EAE genes, and EPEC harbor only EAE genes and AGG genes, and enterotoxigenic E. coli harbor labile toxin and stable toxin. But now we have emerging hybrid E. coli strains that can harbor genes from more than one pathogroups. For example, they can have Shiga toxin producing E. coli can have a gene from, say, enterotoxigenic E. coli, or it may have from enteraggregated E. coli. So along with that, they may also have multiple antibiotic resistant genes which make them more pathogenic. So some of the works are focused on that. So our lab is the first one to report NDM, New Delhi metallobeta-lactamase bacterium, E. coli, from seafood in Mumbai. So we have also isolated a number of those bacteria from seafood which are resistant to most of the antibiotics that we tested, and we sequenced some of them, and this is one representative figure showing some of the genes that are antibiotic resistant genes that are found and characteristic, like NDM5 gene was found in that, bleomycin resistant gene upstream of that, and ISBA 125 transposes element below that. So we have identified and we have published this, and whole genome sequence is also available in NCBI. And so this is the plasmid that we retrieved from the whole genome sequence, the NDM plasmid. We also studied the transmissibility of this, and also you see it is resistant to almost everything except 1 or 2 aminoglycosides and to cholesteins, and no other cephalosporins, fluoroquinolines or imipenems were effective against this NDM producing bacteria. And from the whole genome sequence, whatever we identified, the resistant genes, all those antibiotics, the bacterium was also resistant. And we also studied the conjugation experiment in seawater, because we want to know what happens when these bacteria are found in fish or in seawater. So our experiment showed that they can easily transmit using J53 recipient strain of E. coli. We proved that this in fish, in mucus, in fish meat, as well as in seawater, NDM bacteria horizontally transfer through conjugation NDM plasmid into a recipient E. coli. So that is possible, and we also did various experiments to see what happens if somebody, it's okay, you cook food. Cooking doesn't mean that it will completely eliminate everything from a bacteria. When you cook, bacterial genome will remain, bacterial plasmid will remain in your fish, and you will be eating that. So what happens when these are present when you eat? Can they transform the bacteria that are there in your intestine and make them also resistant? So we did a series of experiments wherein we microwaved fish containing NDM bacteria, and we did it transformation experiment. We cooked, we did transformation experiment, we autoclaved, and we did that, and we found that except in autoclaving, in all other instances, Andean plasmid could be transmitted to a recipient bacterium, which means that your cooking process may kill bacteria. You may be protected from infection, but that doesn't protect you from your intestinal bacteria acquiring this Andean plasmid and causing you some problems sometime in future. At the same time, you can be a source of dissemination when your intestinal bacterium is carrying these bacteria. You are a source of dissemination of these bacteria to the environment. So these are the things that we have studied in some of our master's research, and no plasmid transmission occurred at -20 degrees Celsius. In another experiment, we also showed that this Andean bacteria could survive in seawater for over 2 months without losing the Andean plasmid, because one of the hypotheses that we proposed is that this acquisition of multi-resistance can be a physiological burden on the bacterium, that it might try to eliminate it when it doesn't require that, but that doesn't happen often. And what we found, that even if bacteria is found in oligotrophic environment in seawater and for over 2 months, it doesn't get rid of that plasmid. Means it doesn't have a serious physiological difficulty in holding that plasmid for long. Okay, so this is with frozen as well as in chilled fish. We did some of the experiment, and when it is inoculated 10⁻⁴, so okay, so when we inoculated this Andean bacteria containing E. coli at the rate of 10⁻⁴ or 4 CFU, 10,000 per gram, so bacteria could survive up to 14 days, and the number came down to less than 1 CFU. But in frozen conditions, it remained for over, you can see 161 days, still we could isolate Andean bacteria. Of course, the frozen condition is not lethal. Still, their number is not drastically removed immediately. Still, they can, at a higher level of 10⁻⁸, they could survive. Still, they could maintain 10⁻⁶ number, means 6 CFU even after 161 days. And we have isolated a large number of non-typhoidal salmonella also from seafood, and this is one paper that has come recently in microbial pathogenesis. So where we have isolated this many varieties of serovars from seafood, and the most common one was Salmonella bareilles, and we also have Salmonella typhimurium that we isolate very frequently, and some of the rare types like Alachua also we have isolated. And you can see these Salmonella, non-typhoidal Salmonella, all Salmonella up to 2600 serovars are considered potentially pathogenic. So every Salmonella is pathogenic, but you can see that these vary in their pathogenicity island genes. Some of them have all of them, that 14 genes that we tested, and some of them very few of them. So the significance of this from a human health point of view has to be further studied, and also whole genome sequence can answer some of those questions. And we also isolated a bacterium called infantis. Salmonella serovar infantis is not uncommon. People have isolated infantis serovar earlier. But there is one recently emerged serovar called PESI, plasmid for emerging Salmonella infantis, that was first reported from Israel in poultry, and it is considered as a fast spreading, fast disseminating serovar of Salmonella infantis because it contains this plasmid called PESI. So this has not been reported in any type of food in India. So we isolated from seafood, and we serotyped at Salmonella infantis, and we whole genome sequenced and found that that particular whole genome sequence data also told us that it is Salmonella, because using nucleotide sequence, whole genome sequence, you can serotype a strain. So that showed us that it is Salmonella infantis, and it had that plasmid with the characteristic PES genes, and you can see it was very close related to infantis from isolated from Switzerland with the nanitic sulfametazole streptomycin tetracycline resistant in 2017. So that means this serovar is circulating in India too, and it's a matter of concern for all of us. And madam, how much time I have? Pardon? 15 minutes. Okay, fine. Okay, so as I said, already a lot of things have been talked about antibiotic use. So we have no data from, I'm from fisheries, so from aquaculture we do not have any data on antimicrobial use. But the global data says that it is set to increase. India is the largest user of antibiotic in animal systems. And so although many countries have banned, we still are not completely out of the use of antibiotics for growth promotion as well as prophylaxis and treatment in India. So, and antibiotics come in various forms, and in aquaculture, although antibiotics are not used directly, there could be various preparations like in growth promoters or various medicines that they call could be containing antibiotic in some guys, so that is possible. So, antimicrobial resistance, as has been discussed by many, it affects various sustainable goals, SDGs of FAO, like no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth, responsible consumption and production, partnership for the goals. These are the SDGs that could be potentially affected by antimicrobial resistance. And some of those data which say that aquatic products, in fact, the published data which a meta study has shown that say aquatic foods have highest resistance to beta lactams, aminoglycoside antibiotics, followed by meat, milk, dairy and ready to eat foods. Okay, so there are a lot of new regulations coming up globally. India FSSAI also has now come up with the policy on the use of now recently colistin has been banned, and many countries have banned. For example, Sweden experimented with the banning of. So one of the concern for animal production systems is that farmers particularly is that use of antibiotic invariably enhances growth, because that was the first observation 70 years ago that when antibiotic waste, tetracycline waste were used for poultry, it resulted in better growth, better health. So they thought antibiotics can promote growth. Subsequently, various antibiotics are used as growth promoters, which is now banned in almost all the countries. So in aquaculture, Sweden, Norway, they experimented with banning of antibiotics, and they were successful, and they could bring down the antibiotic resistance in their farms. And the same story goes with animal production systems in various countries, where they could find MRSA, Enterococcus, E. coli and other bacteria which were highly resistant. When the use of antibiotic was stopped for over a decade, there was considerable, significant reduction, over 90% reduction in resistant bacteria. So obviously, non-use of antibiotics will ultimately lead to reduction in antimicrobial resistance. So the same, for example, what we saw in some of the isolate that we got from the seafood, that they were in fact sensitive to the antibiotic, for example, gentamicin, which is fosfomycin, which is never used anywhere probably in clinical settings. They are sensitive to these antibiotics which are not used, means non-use of these antibiotics for over 2 to 3 decades have made them lose resistance and become sensitive. So the repurposing of these antibiotics is also possible when we know that they are sensitive to some of those unused antibiotics. So many countries have come with the legislative measures, and I don't want to talk about that. Sir has already talked about this. And for example, Norway mandates that pharmacies sell antibiotics only with the veterinary prescriptions. So it is mandatory. And USA has banned growth promotional antibiotics, and only for treatment certain antibiotics can be used. India, Thailand, and some of the countries have come up with their second antibiotic policy now, and vaccines, immunostimulants are some of those possible alternatives. And farms that have used antibiotics deemed critically important for human medicine, they will lose certification. So when this kind of policies are made, obviously there will be compliance from the animal producing, from the farms or from farmers. Okay, so as I said, one of the concern is that farmers have is that if they stop using antibiotic, will they lose their productivity? Will they, will they be at economic loss? But studies have proved that non-use of antibiotics is not going to affect their productivity or the animal production or meat production, milk, or fisheries aquaculture production. So that means that this kind of message should go to the farmers that using antibiotics is only counterproductive. It will make your bacteria more resistant, and you are using for a non-purpose, because you don't know for what you are using antibiotic. Particularly in aquatic animals like shrimp, we don't know what diseases they have. In most of the time, there is no diagnosis done, and there is no people who can do the diagnosis also, and most of the time it could be due to virus. So for that, there is no use or no purpose of using antibiotics. Okay, so these are some of the things which I like AMR surveillance and WHO glass, NAM, SMART, and we have antimicrobial awareness week every year that we do in October. public health messaging, and now people are also very aware that use of antibiotics should be minimized, restricted, and take only when it is necessary. So all these have been possible through messaging and public awareness and social media. So this has been possible and should continue. And future directions like research is primary. For example, surveillance tools, meta-barcoding or metagenomics. So training of students and researchers in metagenomics, it will give a wealth of data on antibiotic resistance, dissemination, and what are the sources of this antibiotic resistance. For example, NDM, from where it came. Of course, it originated in India. Doesn't mean that it was only in India. We detected in India, for example, somebody detected in India, but it could be in any country, possible that it is there in any country, because in no time it was detected in every other country. Okay, now we developed a PCR for PSI plasmid that was recently published, and with that, now we'll be able to, all those who are working with poultry or animal or dairy, they can identify PESI carrying Salmonella infantis, which was not possible before, right? So when you have a tool, you will be able to monitor and do a surveillance of those bacteria in our environment as well as in foods. So various other things like disease management tools, on the spot, like in the farm, you should be able to detect, whether it is bacterium, resistant bacterium is present, whether it is relevant or not. So many of those antibiotic resistant bacteria may not be relevant to aquaculture farms as such, because there is no such thing that some antibiotic resistant bacteria might be causing some disease, but it will be relevant to consumers, importing countries, and for various other reasons, it could be important. So surveillance in the farm is also very important. For the tools are required, means like farm people cannot be doing RT-PCR or such things. There may be lateral flow methods or biosensor based methods can help them identify whether there is any such antibiotic resistant bacteria in their farm. Okay, so biosecurity is required, and where these bacteria are coming from a lot of the components that you use, inputs that feed, seed, and medicines, probiotics. The probiotics may also be carrying antibiotic resistant genes. Nobody is doing any survey of that. So where these bacteria are coming from, and so that you can plug that dissemination point. Data on non-target organisms, as said, what is carrying these antibiotic resistance. We are only looking at pathogens. Non-pathogenic bacteria are reservoirs of these, and better regulation, method, data, matrices, all these are required. So finally, to conclude, there are various avenues like we talked about herbal medicines. They are quite effective. We also have done some studies, because many of these herbal medicines have the properties of efflux inhibition. Efflux pumps do not give clinical level of resistance, but efflux pumps will allow bacteria, they give sufficient time for bacteria to develop resistance to other mechanisms such as mutations, because they slow the activity of antibiotic. Since these efflux pumps reduce the effective concentration of antibiotic inside the cell. So efflux pump inhibitors increase the effectiveness of antibiotics, and many of the plant products are efflux pump inhibitors. They can potentiate the antibiotics. So these can be done, and there are antimicrobial peptide. A lot of people are working on that, and bacteriophages. As I said, we isolated with Salmonella infantis PS1. We also developed a bacteriophage consortium that controls this bacterium, Lytic Bacterial Consortium for Salmonella infantis, which we have applied for a patent for that product. And organic acids, and this is one thing, and essential oils, and prebiotics and probiotics, some of the alternatives. Thank you very much for your patient hearing, and thanks to KSTA for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for a very short and crisp presentation on mainly the aquatic foods and the source of generating antimicrobial pathogens or resistance. So he has covered, starting with we people, how we are contributing for the health of the aquatic animals, and again it's entering our system through, antibiotics. And again, there is a system in the environment as such which is very difficult to control from our side, but definitely, measures are needed from everyone by safe handling, safe uses of the drugs, and also avoiding the contamination. So that's how we have started, and also escape pathway in relation to antimicrobial resistance to isolation of newer species and such items. So now it's open for discussion. So thank you. Please take a chair. If If you have questions, I think you can have interaction for a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Somewhere you are mentioning that the contamination happening during the processing of the fish materials and whatever. The contamination is on the external part, do you mean, or it is when you are processing, it is a dead, right? Once it comes out from the sea, it is a dead fish.
Yeah.
The contamination in the processing is happening, then if it is happening,
No,
is there any way to mitigate that one?
There are various ways in which fish are handled in, if you go to fish landing center. So if you go to landing center, there are the various ways in which, I think you can hear, no? From here you can hear. Yeah. So if you go to any fish market or landing center, there are various ways in which fish are handled. When fish comes again, immediately they dip in water there, and the water is so dirty and it is contaminated. And there will be cutting and cleaning, and the water that is used, ice used also we have tested, they are all contaminated with E. coli. So these are the ones which introduce. So when you cut fish and open the gut, and again bacteria can enter into that, again it is iced and it is sold to the farmer, the consumers. That's one way fish can, bacteria can get into the fish. It can be on the surface and it can be on the inside also. And in processing plants, again, although they have good manufacturing practices, they follow HACCP also. That's also some avenues where such pathogenic bacteria can get into the this thing. They could be through biofilms or from handling, like for example, Listeria monocytogenes, or from the equipment. So there are certain, but it is less compared to what we see in where no proper handling procedures or scientific protocols are followed while cleaning or handling fish in markets. That needs to be improved. See, 90% of our problems is due to unhygienic conditions. So if one thing is taken care of, like a clean coastal environment and clean water is provided in landing centers and fish markets, and clean fish processing surfaces, free from insects. So these kind of thing will take care of half of the problem that we are facing now.
Thank you.
Yeah, now you showed about E. coli, yes, and I think one of the largest number was enterohemorrhagic E. coli.
Yes, sir, yes.
In that. And you also said about hybrid E. coli you're finding.
Yes, sir.
Probably we can recall about a big outbreak that occurred in Germany, where an enterohemorrhagic E. coli hybrid, one which had acquired some genes from enteroaggregative E. coli.
Yes,
yes. But how are your hybrids? Are they any similar to this E. coli?
We have just started this work, and
okay,
this E. coli, whatever we published already, in that we only look for known pathogenic characters, gene characters, genetic characters. So now we are working on that. So we have developed certain some PCR protocols, multiplex, in which we should be able to detect multiple pathogenic genes in one individual when we screen it that way.
Thank you.
So we expect that there could be definitely there will be this because earlier we were only looking at based on our knowledge, we are only looking at specific pathogens. Okay, sugar toxin producing E. coli only it contains. We generally don't screen them for EAST or for LT or this kind of. The same thing is with the Vibrios also. So we are isolating Vibrio cholerae and Vibrio cholerae like bacteria which grow in 0% salt. So they have some characteristics of Vibrio cholerae. So they could be harboring certain genes, or they may be having some traits. Because they are not involved in any known outbreak, we generally ignore them. But definitely they may have pathogenic characteristics which are probably associated with the known pathogenic bacteria.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir, with respect to the mitigation strategies, do we have to target the genome or the whole organism itself? What's your opinion on this?
So mitigation, when we from AMR perspective, we when we say mitigation, we want to reduce the incidence of antibiotic resistant bacteria. So not that we want to knock out some gene from that bacterium or do some CRISPR carrier. That's our lab based thing that we can do that. But in from AMR perspective, we want to reduce the incidence of that. So how do we do that? So for that, we need to know what are the sources of these bacteria. Where are they coming from into our environment? If you see any data from Western countries, I don't think in food they can find this many varieties, versatile antibiotic resistant bacteria, because their treatment system and the contamination prevention strategies are quite robust. We don't have that. So whatever we earlier we were finding in a clinical environment, such extremely drug resistant bacteria, we are finding in natural environment. So that is a scary situation. That's what we have to have some interventions to get rid of this, introduction of these bacteria, and see that these bacteria don't come to our kitchen. So where kids play, and we don't want them to colonize our fridge. We don't want them to colonize our tools, utensils, our floors, that they remain there like a hospital. We don't want hospital environment at home. That is ultimately is our strategy. Of course, it's not a simple thing in one thing that we can achieve anything. It's just long term.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have some, I don't know whether to call it a comment or a question. Now we know the presence of Sanat is, first of all, it's an excellent presentation, okay?
Thank you.
Now, mere presence of a gene does not really mean anything.
Yeah.
Of course, since the discovery of the PCR as a technology, we look for the gene. But we also know expression of the gene is very important. Now, with respect to say an example is the Vibrio cholerae that you talked about. At one time, there was a publication that came in Current Science from NIO, where they said that it's full of Vibrio cholerae and it sends shivers around the whole world, that the water has so much of Vibrio cholerae. But that was really nothing to be worried about, because see, there are many organisms which are autochthonous to the aquatic environment. Okay, there is a lot of genetic exchange that is going on in the environment. Needless to say, when you look at the origins of newer and newer whatever strains or species that get recorded, it is due to the acquisition that is taking place and the gene movement. Now, in the studies where you have shown the presence of certain genes that call for restraint and the possibility of them being pathogenic, I think what would be very important is those proteins that would probably trigger off a cholera-like reaction, right? So it could be, yes, the genes, the proteins essentially associated with cholera toxin generation, CTX, okay? But there are also, of course, a lot of type 3 secretion systems. Type 6 is, of course, for survival itself in the aquatic environment. Now, and then there is ZOT, occludins, so many accessory cholera enterotoxin. So you have probably looked at the entire range of all those genes and whatever you saw. Now, what is the propensity of that precipitating into an obvious cholera-like illness would be something you would need to really look at to talk about the pathogenicity of the isolates that you get. Otherwise, it only implies that a lot of genetic transfer is going on, and the likelihood of cholera-like illness precipitating, not something common for all, but if there are immunocompromised people, or if there is, of course, in individuals already having some underlying condition that makes them susceptible even to those so-called avirulent genes that they are carrying, might be the one that is of concern. So, in all of those cases, maybe the whole genome sequence, to look at the promoter region, to look at the propensity of that actually having an expressible protein would probably throw more light, at least by animal experiments to start with, to be able to comment, right? Do you think so? I don't know.
It is true, because CTX is the only thing that can result in cholera infection, unlike infection. But all others can cause varying this thing. Obviously, the presence of different genes might, we can categorize them as potentially as these might cause serious or mild or that kind of. Anyway, we know Vibrio cholerae causes wound infections, eye infection, otitis. Those things are already known. So it could be non-cholera vibrios, or they could be Vibrio cholerae like other vibrios which may be carried.
Absolutely.
But our focus is actually we just, although there are not many studies, I think 1 or 2 reports where non-cholera bacteria have CTX gene, like mimickers or some bacteria.
I would be more concerned about the AMR gene flow that is happening.
Okay.
Because innocuous organisms also can become ones that harbor because of the horizontal gene transfer and consequently transfer it to others that may find their way. Because this cholera-like situation is then Vibrio parahemorrhagicus, where the shrimps that are affected by AHPND, they have the PIR A and the PIR B. Now both of them present together can precipitate the illness, but we also know, even if the gene alone is present, but if it is not expressing, it is of no this thing. And there are many marine bacteria got from the past, like, I don't know, from the environment, Shevonella and all. They also have those PIR genes and all that have allowed the transfer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I think students can probably having some questions. You can have
during tea
this,
break, just
technical session, and you can have definitely you have a lot of ideas for your future research. Okay, so I would like to thank the speaker who has given the wonderful information, and also I would like to thank Dr. Ramesh sir as well as his whole team of KSTA for inviting me for this very, very interesting and educative session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for wonderful lecture. I request Usha madam to present a memento to Sanath sir as token of our respect.
Sir, madam, please come. Please come. Please come.
Madam, please come, madam.
Okay. Please come.
I request Professor Indrani madam to present a memento to Usha madam. Thank you so much. And we have 10 minutes tea break. Please assemble back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, RT welcome you, sir, for chairing this session, and I request you to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Krishna Kumar, sir. Please.
Thank you, sir. So firstly, I would like to thank KSTA for giving me this opportunity for sharing the session. So I feel honored to introduce the next speaker of the third day session, Dr. Krishna Kumar B. So working as Associate Professor, NITA University for Science, Education and Research from Mangalore. So Sir has completed his PhD from Manipal University and Master of Science in Fisheries Microbiology from College of Fisheries, Mangalore. So he started his career as Senior Research Fellow at Department of Microbiology, Fisheries, Mangalore. So later he continued his career at NITA University in the teaching profession. So Sir has completed many research projects. So I'm not listing all, so worth of more than 10 crores. So funded by CIFAS UK, MHRD, ICMR, DST, and also from the internal, from the NITA University also. And Sir, as in the research area is pathogens in human and animal health significance, and also microbial genomics, so microbes and in health disease, and other related field fisheries. Sir has got many awards, so to name a few. So he got a General Joint Research Award from Institute of Tropical Medicine, Nagasaki University. So Best Research Paper Award from NITA deemed university. And INSA JSPS Young Research Award from Osaka University, Research Institute of Microbial Disease. So Early Career Research Award from the Department of Science Technology, Government of India. And also EMRD Short-Term Fellowship from European Molecular Organization, Germany. So Invited Speaker and Travel Award, International Conference at University of Sri Lanka. And Sankara Science Award from Life Science Institute. And also like that we have many awards. So just I am listing a few due to time shortage. Sir also guiding the PhD students. And he got more than 50 plus publications in his credit. And he is an editorial member for this BMC, Infectious Diseases BMC, and Phenomics Springer publications, and Discover Applied Science. And Sir is also, along with this research and other things, he's taken some administrative responsibilities. So as secretary, he worked for Institutional Ethics Committee at NITA University, and a member Institution Ethics Committee, Institute of Applied Dermatology, Kasargod, and external member as BOS and BOA to the many universities outside NITA University. And also he is a life member of many associations. So Indian Science Congregation Association, Association of Microbiologists of India, Society of Biological Chemists India, contributing member of American Society of Microbiology. So still to mention a few more. So with this brief introduction, so due to time shortage, I'm not reading full in brief, sir. So with this, I'd like to invite Professor Krishna Kumar, sir, for this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Good morning to one and all. Thank you, KSTA, for inviting me to deliver a topic, genomic technologies in AMR research. I am thankful to Ramesh sir and his team. I am also thankful to Indrani ma'am and Karuna Sagar sir for teaching me the concept of microbiology, hand-holding and mentoring to reach this particular stage. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. With this, I would like to give a small talk on the little bit knowledge that I have on genomic technologies in AMR research. We all know that microorganisms have evolved with a great strategies to overcome from the efficacious effect of antibiotics which are commonly used to treat the infection, that is called as antimicrobial resistance. So according to the recent statistics, 2024, around 4.9 million deaths are associated with antimicrobial infections globally. And if this particular situation is not tackled properly, this can lose up to 10 million deaths annually by 2020. To put this particular number into perspective, imagine 3 individuals are going to die in every 1 second. So that's the severity of antimicrobial resistance if it is not tackled properly by 2050. And if it is not tackled, AMR going to shave around $3.4 trillion GDP annually. That means it is going to put the people into the extreme poverty. So considering this, the WHO has declared that AMR is one of the top 10 global public health threat, and it is almost similar to the other diseases which are listed in this particular graphical representation. We know that the AMR is a medical problem, but is it only a medical problem? Of course, no. The AMR is the problem of One Health, that's already discussed by many experts in this field, and also it is advocated and practiced by great mentors of mine. They were advocating the concept of One Health from the last 2 decades. We know that the use, overuse, or underuse of antibiotics can selectively put a pressure on the microorganisms, leading to the emergence of antibiotic resistance. And these antimicrobial resistance which is developed has a capability to transmit across the sectors, across the ecosystem, starting from the humans to the animal, to the wastewater, and to the plants and the natural environment. Here the cycle is complete. For example, there is a development of antimicrobial resistance in the hospital. The pathogen can get into the wastewater. Through the wastewater, it can reach to the public distribution system. It is not treated properly, and finally to the environment. Similarly, in case of intensified aquaculture practices, the farming, the people use antibiotics for the prophylactic as well as for therapeutic purpose. That selects the antibiotic resistance bacteria, and that can also get into the environment, and finally it reaches to the human health. That means a compromised in any of the one sector can lead to the human health ultimately. That means this particular AMR is the One Health problem, and this One Health problem needs to be tackled at the local level. So that means it's a local version of the global problem. That means we need to address from its starting point itself. Hence, what is required? We need a collective action. The collective global action is required, including global surveillance for the AMR, the promoting the newer point of care diagnostics, antimicrobial use stewardship practices, the policy making. The AMR is not only the medical problem, it is not only One Health problem, it is also going to affect the development, the global development. United Nations has listed 18 sustainable developmental goals. Antimicrobial resistance is going to affect the sustainable developmental goal 3, which is good health and the well-being. Similarly, it is also going to put SDG 1, SDG 2, which is zero hunger, SDG 5, the 10, SDG 8, SDG 12, thereby making antimicrobial resistance as a global developmental issue. So there are various strategies used by the microorganisms to have antimicrobial resistance, which is listed in this particular slide, also in the graphical representation. You can see the various mechanisms, molecular mechanisms, starting from the efflux pump. The efflux pump is an outer membrane proteins which is used by the drug resistant bacteria to throw out or through efflux the drugs which has gone inside. Usually the bacteria require a certain concentration to show the effect of drug, but the efflux pump is the throwing out those drugs outside. Similarly, the decreased efflux mechanism that we have, the target site modifications, the antibiotic target will be protected by certain group of proteins, the target will be bypassed, and similarly there will be a production of enzyme which can inactivate the antibiotics. And all these, the mechanisms are genetically regulated by one or several the genetic determinants, and those genetic determinants collectively called as the resistomes. The next, let us see how once the bacteria is developed resistance, how the resistance can be transmitted across the bacteria, across the populations. We popularly know three different mechanisms, which is the conjugation, the transformation, and the transduction. These are the three mechanisms through which the bacteria that transmits the AMR through the horizontal gene transfer makes the natural population which is sensitive, but makes that particular bacteria sensitive to those antibiotics. And in the laboratory, what are the different methods which are currently available for the bacterial identification as well as antimicrobial susceptibility? So this is the current gold standard method which is advocated by the several international organizations, in which you can, starting from the sample collection. Here I have put from the clinical perspective, but it is also holds good for any other the samples which is coming from the animal sector or maybe from the environmental sector, and those clinical samples or the specimen will be plated on the appropriate the media for the isolation, and once the bacteria is isolated, that will be happening on the second day. Then you will be getting the bacteria, and based on the bacteria you can narrow down the treatment. But during the initial phase, the patient is relying on a broad spectrum antibiotic that is called as empirical treatment. And once the bacteria is identified, the broad spectrum antibiotic can be narrowed down, so that's the narrow down treatment. And once we get the bacteria, that will be subjected to the antimicrobial susceptibility panel, and within the second or the third day we will be having the standard AST which is available. We will be knowing whether the bacteria is susceptible or the resistant, and if it is susceptible, such antibiotic needs to be used for the targeted treatments. So in a whole, this particular current paradigm, it takes nearly 2 to 3 days. But there are the certain advanced molecular methods which are available, which are going to detect the genetic determinants using the uniplex or multiplex PCR panels. Similarly, we have a multitop, the chromogenic agar, which will be helping us to identify also to have the phenotypic AST methods. And finally, once all these data are collected, now the final one is the clinical decision making. The clinicians, based on these data, they will review the AST panel, they will review the AST reports, they will be optimizing the therapy and also enforcing the antibiotic stop or the review protocols. So good, these methods are going to give the certain helpful results or the decision to the clinician. But at the same time, this particular method has the several limitations. One of the major limitations with the current identification as well as the AST is the significant time lag, starting from the sample collection to the AST. So that takes around the 72 hours to get an actionable AST results. So that makes a lot of burden to the patient and also for the clinicians. And the second, it involves the labor intensive protocols, starting from the culturing, isolation and setting up of AST panels, which is time consuming, labor intensive, and also this particular method is the log throughput. That means number of samples which can be analyzed in a given time is very minimum. But there are another tricky problem that comes into the picture. If you are dealing with anaerobic microorganisms, intracellular bacteria, the fastidious organisms that may not grow in this particular standard conditions, for which this AST results which may not be able to get within this particular short duration of 72 hours that I have mentioned. The further this particular problem is complicated by the polymicrobial infection that may not be accurately resolved by the identification as well as by the standard AST culturing practices, and also some of the microorganism may overshadow the actual microorganism, thereby limiting or challenging this particular the methods. Finally, all these limitations or the challenges going to delay the infection control measures. Then what is required to overcome from this? We have the technologies which are helping us, that is the genomic surveillance platforms. So the incorporating innovations in the molecular biology as well as the genomic technologies will be helping us to have AMR surveillance not only in the clinical diagnostics, but also it is going to help us in the environmental, the microgenomics, AMR gene or a plasmid tracking, and these kind of approaches will be useful both in the health, the sentinel labs like the health laboratories, the healthcare networks, and finally the AMR surveillance will be useful for the global One Health. So considering this, the WHO has recently released the guidelines on the use of whole genome sequencing for the antimicrobial resistance. And what are the use of these antimicrobial, use of genomics in the antimicrobial resistance, both at the local, national and international level? At a local level, the WHGS will be helpful to detect the known AMR mechanisms, the virulence factors which is present in those infection causing the bacteria. And with the help of the phenotypic AST data, we'll be able to identify the novel mechanisms once the resistant determinant is detected, even with the short read or the long read sequencing, thankful to those technologies that we have. And finally, it will be helpful for controlling the infection at a local level. What is the use at a national level? At the national levels, you have the local regional laboratories. The regional laboratories will be sequencing, and those sequences will be available at a national level, which can be compared so that the comparative analysis can be made at a national level. In combination with the ASD data, similarly, we will be able to identify novel mechanisms which are circulating at the national levels. So it will be helpful for analyzing the transmission networks, the monitoring the evolution. That means the genomics will be helpful for epidemiological as well as the source tracking. And also finally, it is going to help us in informing the effective infection control, the strategies. At the international level, the data obtained from the genomics will be helpful for monitoring the pathogen population, the temporal variations, geographical variations, and detect and track what are the pathogens which are emerging, and also the high risk clones and what is their mode of the dissemination can be monitored with the help of the genomic information that we can get it from these applications. And also we will be able to monitor the spread of mobile genetic elements. We already discussed that several mobile genetic elements are responsible for the horizontal gene transfer, including the plasmid, the phages, and thereby it makes the sensitive bacteria resistant. So that genomics will be helpful to know this, how these mobile genetic elements are going to spread from one location to another location due to various types of anthropogenic activities. So with all these, we will be helpful for monitoring the global intervention protocols for AMR. What are the potential benefit of the whole genome sequencing? As I already mentioned, maybe some of the things may be repetitive here. So the whole genome sequencing will infer the phenotypic traits. We have a phenotypic information which is coming from the AST, but what are the gene which governs that particular phenotypic resistance will be detected by the whole genome sequencing. What are the novel mechanisms which are behind the drug resistance? We will be able to identify the AMR strains very much quicker than the conventional AST as well as the other platforms I have discussed. Thereby, the appropriate public health decision can be made, and also we will be able to get the highest possible resolution of the molecular information about the drug resistance, and also we will be standardizing also the raw data as well as the big data approaches, and also it is going to contribute to the comprehensive genome databases, which are linked to the epidemiological as well as the clinical data. If you look into the current the databases that we have, maybe from the NCBI or from the EMBL or the DNA data bank of Japan, we have the genome informations, but what is lacking is the epidemiological as well as the clinical data, which is very much necessary for the public health surveillance as well as the clinical care. That means there is a standardized, but still the effort has to go in clubbing the epidemiological as well as the clinical data to the genome information is very much essential. And finally, these WGS will be helpful for the potential facilitation and the development of the targeted diagnostics. Once we get to know what is the resistant determinants, based on the resistant determinants, you can develop a newer, the point of care, the diagnostics, which can detect the antimicrobial resistance as well, which will be helpful for deciding the appropriate the therapy practices as well as the vaccines, which I've already mentioned previously. And to do the WGS, what are the platforms which are currently available? Initially the gene sequences were done by the Sanger sequencing, which is depending on the dideoxy termination method, but this particular method has its own limitations. To overcome from these limitations, the molecular biological, the scientists have developed the platforms. Those are called as the next generation or the third generation sequencing platforms, starting from the Illumina, the Ion Torrent, also the recently introduced the long read sequencing by the PacBio or the nanopore sequencing, which has transformed the genomics substantially. And each of these methods has their own unique features, their own limitations, and I have put this particular slide to get an overview about the three different methods. One is the Sanger sequencing, the age-old technology, which is good enough to get a read length of nearly 500 to 100 base pairs, but the accuracy is very high, the low throughput, and also which is very slow as compared to the next generation sequencing strategies. The cost is very high, but it cannot be used for performing the whole genome sequencing or a metagenomic sequencing because of the limitations that it is having. But the other two technologies that is listed is the Illumina sequencing platform as well as the nanopore sequencing platform by the Oxford Nanopore technology has overcome from those challenges, and the Illumina works by sequencing by synthesis, and here its error rate is very low, and it fragments the whole. You have a genome, the genome will be fragmented into 150 to 300 base pair, and these base pair will be amplified and then the sequenced, and which is having a very high accuracy, and as a result of the sequencing you will be generating millions of reads per run, and these reads will be analyzed by various types of open source or the proprietary bioinformatics tools which are available for performing whole genome sequencing, metagenomics, RNA-seq, or the targeted panels. But one of the important point to be noted here is the data analysis is very much complex, and it requires several types of bioinformatics tools as a pipeline to get some kind of an actionable results that may be challenging in resource limited settings. Coming to the nanopore has revolutionized the whole next generation sequencing strategies. It can be this platform is as small as the mobile phone, and it can be done at the field level. And here the sequencing is the long read sequencing. It's a native sequencing. Here the nucleic acid, when it passes through the nanopore, that's the proprietary of the Oxford Nanopore technology. As the DNA passes through the nanopore, there is a change in the electric current, and that electric current is with respect to the bases which is passing through. So those electric currents will be detected and converted into the respective bases, and that generates the very long read sequences. But one of the important point to make here is that coming to the accuracy, it is very not accurate as the Illumina sequencing because of the error rate, and also the time which is required is very very short time you can finish your experiments, and that can be used for the real-time experiments. And these, as it generates the long-read sequences, it can be used for the structural variant, methylation, long-read, and other field applications. So this is about the overview of different platforms and which platforms to be used at the local level, at the regional level, at the national reference level. This is also again recommended by the WHO, and here is the purpose and here is the suitable platform. Depending on which laboratory you are working on, appropriate platform can be selected for your applications. But what are the limitations with the WGS for the AMR surveillance? The one important limitation is it requires substantial initial investment, both for the capital as well as for your the bioinformatic resources. You need a trained personnel to decode the reads which are coming from the next generation sequencing platform. Hence, it may not be suitable for very resource limited settings, but one has to take appropriate actions to make the WGS or next generation sequencing which is available for all the laboratories I have mentioned. Another important thing is the continuous education of the lab person is required in handling both the equipment, library preparation, as well as the bioinformatics analysis. At present, we don't have a standard operating protocols for the WGS. So the worldwide people are talking about having a minimum information, so having a standard operating procedures, the QC protocols which are really necessary for using the WGS in AMR surveillance. And also currently the data sharing is not currently a standard practice, even though the people are depositing the sequences to the databases I have mentioned. But I believe that this particular the challenges can be overcome from the effort of the many scientists across the world. And as I mentioned, whatever the sequence which are generating from the whole genome sequences are getting deposited in 3 different databases: the NCBI, EMBL data library, and the DNA data bank of Japan. By looking into these databases, we can see that after the introduction of the pyro sequencing or the next generation sequencing, the number of genome entries in the gen banks are growing. That means people are extensively using the whole genome or next generation sequencing strategies for whole genome sequencing, metagenomics, transcriptomic, or RNA sequencing experiment, not only in AMR but also in other fields of biological sciences. And here is the standard next generation sequencing protocol for the WGS. We have a bacteria. The bacteria is subjected for genomic DNA extraction, and the concentration is measured, and then the DNA will be fragmented and the adapter will be ligated, and this particular preparation is called as a library preparation. Once the adapter is ligated, that will be ran on the appropriate next generation sequencing to get a FASTA-Q, and the FASTA-Q will be analyzed using various types of bioinformatics tools. So at the end of the sequencing, you will be having the FASTA-Q files. Then how the FASTA-Q files looks like, what is the structure and the format of the FASTA-Q. So the FASTA-Q files usually starts with the sequence ID followed by the reads depending on the sequencing chemistry that you have taken, and followed by the quality score. It is called as the ASCII score. So this is the typical FASTA-Q files which are going to get from the next generation sequencing platforms. So here I have given a hypothetical example to see what is the number of reads that we are going to get if we sequence a 5 MB genome bacteria. So you have a genome size of a 5 MB, and I am focusing on a coverage of 100x, and I will be going for a Illumina short read with a 150 base pair, and by this I am going to expect around 3.3 million reads in my FASTA-Q files. So you had the 5 MB, and that 5 MB after the sequence you are really going to have a tons of the reads, and these reads needs to be analyzed appropriately. The huge challenges. And now once you get the sequence, whether this particular sequence is of a good quality. So to know this, we are going to have a tool called the FASTA-Q. you will be subjecting your reads to the first queue, and that will give you various types of the statistics. Based on the statistics, we will be knowing the Phred score. Based on the Phred score, you can decide is it of a good quality or a bad quality sequence, whether it is having the adapters. If it is having the adapters as well as the other contamination, that needs to be the pre-processed. And for the pre-processing, we have various types of bioinformatics tools. The Streamomatic, Cut It Up, the Fast Piece, Sickle, BBTUK, the Trim Galore. So depending on the appropriate tools that you have, you can select one of these tools for pre-processing your reads, so that you will be having the good quality reads for the next level of analysis. So once the read is pre-processed and you have ensured that the quality is good enough, the next step is the assembling. Assembly is nothing but reconstructing the genome as it is. So there are two types of assembly. One is called as the classical reference based assembly. You have a bacteria, you know which bacteria it is, but I need to refine the genomic information, for which you have short reads, and those short reads will be mapped to the reference genome, and as a result of a mapping, you will be getting the reference based assembly. And this assembly, you can look for various types of structural determinants that you are looking for. The next is the de novo assembly. That's more important. You have a bacteria, but you don't know which bacteria it is. You don't have a reference genome for that. So for that case, you will be assembling the de novo, and you have a reads, and the reads will be done into the contigs. Contigs will be converted into scaffold. The scaffold, then finally you are going to make a genome map. So this particular, the assembly, de novo assembly, short reads, the contig, the scaffold will be done with the help of de novo assembler tools, which are commonly used, the spades, velvet, unicycler, sub de novo, apsis. So depending on the technical velvers you have, you can select appropriate tools for your assembly. Majority of these, the de novo assembler works based on the mathematical or a statistical equation called as de Bruijn graph theory. So then you may ask, what do you mean by de Bruijn graph theory? The de Bruijn graph theory is nothing but you have a millions of reads, and these reads are converted into k-mers. The k-mers are nothing but the reads are broken down into overlapping sequences of an appropriate k-mer, and this k-mer is then graph is constructed. That's called as the de Bruijn graph. Based on this particular graph, the nodes are connected by transversing the graph from one node to the another node. We are going to construct the original DNA sequence, and this sequence is called as the contigs. So for a 5 MB bacteria that I have mentioned, if it is a good assembly, your contigs will be as low as maybe less than 100. If your assembly is not good, the contigs number will increase. And next, the contig sequences are further refined by making a scaffold, and by scaffolding you are going to get the final genome map. Okay, we have a assembly now. Whether the assembly that I have done is good enough, whether is of a good quality assembly, so that needs to be assessed, for which you have a tool called as the QAST. QAST is nothing but quality assessment tool for the genomic assembly. If the assembly quality is not good, you should not use those kind of assembly for the subsequent bioinformatics analysis. You have to ensure that you have a very good assembly with the genome fraction. What is the duplication ratio? It should be very less. Also, you have another important factor that needs to be considered is the N50 is the number of contigs at which 50% of the genome is covered. What is the number of misassemblies that you have? What is the length of a misassembly? And what is the number of contigs that you have? What is the largest contig? What is the total number of contigs that you have? So based on this particular statistical information, one can decide your assembly is good or not. If the assembly is good, go ahead with other structural analysis, including annotations, or if you are interested in the AMR prediction, you can use various tools for the AMR prediction from the next generation sequencing or the WGS data. So yesterday, Karunasagar sir has already given an overview about the various types of AMR predictions tool that we have, starting from the REST Finder and the comprehensive antibiotic resistant databases, the AMR Finder Plus, the Abrogate, the Galaxy tool. We have to be thankful to this particular community driven the web platform that's called as Use Galaxy, and this Use Galaxy houses multiple bioinformatics tools to maneuver your long read or short read sequences for various types of analysis. And each of these, the tools, comes with their own key features and their own limitations. Because of the paucity of the time, I'm not going to discuss about these tools in detail and what is the utility, what is the limitations. You can explore these tools yourself depending on the work that you do. Now, based on these, the technologies that I have mentioned, the tools that I have discussed, I would like to convince you that the whole genome sequencing is one of the important methods which will be helpful for AMR as well as for investigating the hospital associated disease outbreak with a small work that we carried out recently. So here is the study that we published in Journal of Medical Microbiology recently about the whole genome based analysis of a so-called opportunistic pathogen, is a Serratia marcescens, which reveals that multiple clones of Serratia marcescens has entered into the non-neonatal intensive care settings in a tertiary care hospital in India. And this Serratia marcescens is a gram-negative bacteria, belongs to the family Enterobacteriaceae. We know that this particular bacteria is present in, is omnipresent. It is present here, it is present everywhere. It is usually non-pathogenic, but under circumstances, this particular bacteria becomes an opportunistic bacteria, and it can causes nosocomial or hospital-associated infection and outbreaks, especially in immunocompromised or critically ill patient admitted to ICUs and NICUs. The first known outbreak of a nosocomial infection due to the Serratia marcescens was reported in 1951. That means we know that the Serratia marcescens is also able to cause infection in these conditions. Coming to the case history that we have investigated in this particular the study is that there was a report of the septicemia in November 2014 in a tertiary care hospital in a cardiac patient who is admitted for the cardiac surgery. That's the index case. So the septicemia was identified due to the Serratia marcescens. 1 month after that, 2 more such cases of septicemia reported. Environmental sampling began. Because hospital associated infection, that means it is present in various types of hospital environment, including the equipments which are used in the hospital settings. Then it is spread to the other units of the ICUs. The surveillance got intensified. Then 3 more cases got reported in February 2015. Then 1 more case in March. So that means a series of the sepsis outbreak were reported in the intensive care unit, and the blood samples from all these the cases were collected and subjected to the bacteriological analysis using the automated the system BactiAlert as well as the Vitek, and which is yielded the sepsis is due to opportunistic pathogen, the Serratia marcescens, which is producing a very characteristic the pigment. And we also perform the standard antibiotic AST for these isolates what you have recovered, and we can see that some of the isolates were extremely resistant to some of these group of antibiotics, especially to the beta-lactam group, also to the trimethoprim and sulfamethoxazole group of antibiotics, and the remaining isolates are not carrying any kind of observable phenotypic resistance to any of the antibiotics. So from this particular AST pattern, we did not find any kind of the suggestive of any particular pattern which are commonly observed in this kind of a transmission, because there is no that kind of a discriminatory power with the phenotypic as well as the antibiogram. Hence we have went ahead with the whole genome sequencing with the next generation sequencing strategies, which can give high discriminatory power, which can be used for the source tracking as well as for the epidemiological data typing. And this is the classical workflow that we have adopted for this particular study. The bacteria got isolated, DNA extracted, and the extracted DNA were subjected to the Illumina-MySeq, and the raw data in the first few files were generated, the QC and the adapter trimming was done, and then we have a final assembly with the help of a Velvet, and the final assembly that's called as a draft assembly, and the draft assembly were taxonomically validated with average nucleotide identity as well as the digital DNA hybridization. These are the two important the metrics will give you whether the sequence bacteria is belonging to the pathogen or a bacteria of your interest. And once the taxonomically identified, next we went ahead with the CG, we went ahead with multi-locus sequence typing. There is no classical multi-locus sequence typing is available for the Serratia marcescens. Hence, we have developed the typing scheme that is called as ad hoc core genome MLST using the SeqSphere, the software, and based on the allelic pattern, we have the typed into particular clusters. And then the draft genomes were subjected to the comparative analysis and also subjected to identify the mobile genetic elements, the phage, the plasmids, also the genomic island, antimicrobial resistance through the abrogate. Abrogate is not only having the card, it is also having many other the tools which is inbuilt, and the virlomes were detected by the Patrick or the BLAST-N, and in comparative analysis we have applied the pan and the core genome analysis with the help of Aurora, and finally genome was visualized. Sorry for the extensive presentation, and here is the genome information that we got, and we have confirmed based on these features, we have confirmed that it's a Serratia marcescens. And next we have identified the set of virulence factors which are responsible for the adhesion, the hemolysin, and the iron acquisition. And next we also observed the presence of intact prophages which are usually required for the horizontal gene transmission, and majority of the intact phages that we observed are mainly belonging to the prophage which are found in the Klebsiella or the Salmonella, hinting the cross-genus phage integration, and these cross-phage integration may be helpful for the bacterial genome plasticity, modulating the virulence as well as the resistant genome mobility. And we have also identified the type 6 secretion which is necessary for the interbacterial competition as well as for the fitness. We have identified the important component which are usually associated with the type 6 secretion system. And here is the resistome, and the resistome told not only the phenotypic resistance for which genetic determinants are there, also we have the silent antibiotic resistant determinants are also found for various groups of antibiotics which are listed here. Because of the paucity of the time, I'm not going to discuss these results. And we have also done the comparative genome analysis with a pan-core genome, and here clearly it shows that some of the isolates are clustered together and some of the isolates are unique. That means these isolates, the Serratia marcescens were introduced to the hospital environment at various points of time, and also which is further supported by the core genome based MLST analysis. We can clearly see there are two major clusters, and these clusters are commonly associated with the sepsis outbreak that we have commonly observed. And we also done the epicurve analysis. Based on the epicurve analysis, we can see the clear clustering of the Serratia marcescens. And based on the whole genome analysis, we can see that Serratia marcescens is one of the opportunistic pathogen, and the core genome MLST based analysis has enabled high resolution tracking of this particular opportunistic pathogen, clearly revealing there are two distinct clones and which have introduced during different point of time, and it's also having plethora of determinants for antimicrobial resistance, phages, secretion system, virulence, and several other things. And overall, it says that genomic information gives the findings to highlight the adaptive potential as well as the pathogenicity of this particular Serratia marcescens in a polymicrobial environment. And coming to the conclusion of the talks, based both the WGS as well as our work. WGS provides high resolution data for detecting AMR genes, the mutations. It will enable the strain typing as I discussed, and also it will be helpful for tracking the AMR spread, not only AMR spread, the spread of the pathogenic microorganism across sectors, across continents, and also it will be helpful for surveillance studies, it will be helpful for investigating the disease outbreak, also bringing the effective intervention protocols. But one of the important things still we have to press is that we need strong bioinformatics and the standardized workflow for analyzing as well as to have a normalized data across different labs. Further, it is also again depending on what is the cost that we are investing, the infrastructure expertise, and the knowledge that we are sharing across the communities, the scientific communities. However, I believe that the continuation innovation in this particular the sector as well as in the bioinformatics tools coupled with artificial intelligence will definitely enhance the role of WGS in not only in MR control but also in infectious disease outbreak control. So I would like to acknowledge our resource scholars, the collaborators who extensively worked. I'm thankful to Indrani ma'am and Karuna Sagar sir for mentoring us, so teaching about these basic steps about the genomics and other part. Thank you very much for your and sorry for taking long time.
So thank you very much, sir. So sir has given a wonderful lecture and he briefed about AMR and different sequencing methods and the QC protocols and FASTQ files and some of the challenges and problems ahead, what we need to do and how can we resist the action of microorganisms and all. So now the session is open for discussion. So if you have any doubts and clarifications, please.
Thank you, Krishna Kumar, for so vividly presenting this case study. This really makes us now see clearly the big outbreak which took place in Europe with regard to the E. coli being involved, and it had become a political problem between Spain and Germany, I think. I don't know, the two countries, right? And initially they said the Spanish cucumbers were involved and a lot of it was destroyed, no? And later they could show that the sprouts were involved, I think, because I've forgotten, no, it's an old story. But when you look at whatever they did to confirm from where it actually came, the E. coli, no? Did they follow the same kind of approach that you have done for this? Because that was before this, right? Because I see the scientist who was involved at that time in studying that outbreak is also part of this study.
I'm not aware about what type of tools and analysis that they have carried out for the source tracking, but multi-locus sequence typing or the core genome multi-locus sequence typing coupled with some other tools will be helpful for the source tracking as well as for the epidemiological investigations.
Because that was an international, politically important problem.
But I am not aware which method they have utilized.
Okay. Thank you. I too can
but
find out.
For that particular bacteria, we have a very well developed multi-locus sequencing patterns are available, but in case of a Serratia marcescens, MLST schemes are not available.
Okay.
Hence, the multi-locus sequencing schemes were developed based on the core genome that has been adopted to have this kind of high resolution in differentiating those genomic information.
You have also developed a platform for escape pathogens, no?
Yes, that was a collaborative effort between different organizations from different countries in which we have there are sequences getting deposited to the NCBI, but those sequences are not annotated, not validated with the respective the clinical metadata as well as the AST patterns. So hence there was a platform developed that is called as Escape Explore, which is available online for the scientific community to everybody, okay, which can be accessed. I have not presented that.
No, that's data. Okay. Escape Explore.
Escape Explore.
So the escape pathogens that have been outlined by WHO are the ones that you have taken there. Okay. So you have annotated by taking from the
from
database.
the public databases.
From public
database.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. So, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your order.
Yeah, please sit, sir. Bharat, only present for a moment. Thank you for your scholarly lecture, sir. So I request Prasanna sir to present a memento to Krishna Kumar sir. I request Karuna Sagar sir, please present memento to Prasanna sir. Thank you, sir, for chairing this session, sir. So we have one more lecture. So I request Professor Kavi Arasi madam, please come on to the stage, and also I request Kstacademy sir, please come on to the stage.
ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪೇ.
Sorry for this late, we are little bit late for the lunch. I request sir to finish it at 2 o'clock, sir. And this talk is chairing by Dr. N.S. Kavi Arasi madam. Madam is an associate professor at Mount Carmel College, Bangalore. Madam did MSc and PhD in the field of biochemistry. Madam also got more than 16 years of teaching and also research experience. Madam handled several projects of central and also state government departments, and authored more than 12 research papers in peer-reviewed journals, and extensively working in the project about microplastic pollution in Bangalore lakes. Madam, because of this, Madam got several awards. So this brief introduction about Madam. Hearty welcome you, Madam, for chairing this session. I request you to introduce Professor Kstacademy sir.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am extremely honored to introduce you all about the session speaker, Dr. Syed G. Kstacademy. Sir has earned his PhD from Gulbarga University in microbiology field in 2006, and he completed his postdoctoral fellowship from Korea Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology. Sir has held various scientific positions in national institutes like CSIR, NIIST Trivandrum, CSIR, NIO in Goa. Sir has joined in CSIR National Chemical Laboratory in Pune in 2012, and currently he was promoted as a senior principal scientist a year ahead, which means, to make it very simple, like if your child perform well, we'll double promote them. So actually he's supposed to get promotion by 2026, but because of his exemplary contribution towards the scientific field, he was promoted 1 year early. It was so nice to hear, sir. But sir, we collected from internet data. Also, I'm very happy to inform you about his academic contribution. He has guided 9 PhD scholars and 6 scholars on the line. Also, 16 postgraduate dissertations have been completed. More than 150 publications, 3 books, 7 book chapters, 14 patents, out of which 3 technologies successfully transferred, because people will do patents after patents, but it will not be coming to the platform, but it is very nice. Also, he was garnered for his citation, which is 4,500 more, and H index of 33. Sir has 17 grant-aided projects and 5 industry-collaborated projects. Sir has remarkable contribution to the field of microbial biotechnology, and his research includes discovery of more than 70 novel microbial species, development of bioactive compounds, and advancement in sustainable material such as bacterial nanocellulose. All this covers the broad field of biotechnology, agriculture, and environmental sustainability. Because of his outstanding work in the field of this biotechnology and environmental sustainability, sir has awarded various prestigious awards such as NASI Scopus Young Scientist Award in 2022 and Professor B.N. Johri Award of Microbial Biodiversity and fellowship from various research institutes like INSA and international institutes in China, Brazil, and Australia. It's so on. Because of the time shortage, I'm briefing it, sir. Let us welcome Dr. Kstacademy as he shares his insights and expertise with us today. It's over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for kind invitation. Thank you to KSTA. So majority of the topic has been covered by Professor Venkatesh on the One Health. So many talk on the problem of AMR. So we are looking for is there any solution to look for those AMRs? So these are the bacteria which are producing a bioactive molecule, especially a group of actinomycetes. If you look at the market, so 95% of whatever drugs are available, this comes from the actinomycetes. Specific group we called Streptomyces. So if you look at these structures, look at what kind of chemical nature of these molecules, which chemistry cannot synthesize these kind of structure, but these bacteria harbors these kind of structures. So you know that microbes, 70% of microbial origin is based on the soil, environment is based on microbial. You look at that, earth could have been seized off if you don't have these microbes. If you can imagine some higher animal died near this campus, if it is not degraded in stipulated time, how the chaos conditions is there. You look at each and every biogeochemical cycle is depends on the microbes. I don't talk about much, these are very generic kind of terminology. If you look at so whenever we talk about biodiversity, it's a source of innovation in biotechnology. Look at that, whenever you do the MSc microbiology student, take the 1 gram of soil, do the serial dilution, get millions of microbes. What do you do with these microbes? Then comes the biotechnology. This is nothing but the art of exploiting the biology. How you want to get the culture, what culture you want to get it. You take the culture from millions of culture, grow according to your requirement. This is you can see the Ganesh idol, one of our technical staff taken the culture and grow according to her requirement. So each and every development in biotechnology is depend on the microbes. Without microbes, you cannot develop any technology. You can see what information is needed to develop a technology, from gene to genomic, phenotypes, DNA pattern, gene sequence. Now, Krishna Kumar talked about whole genome, how whole genome is going to help to dig the metabolites from the microbes. We look at the golden era of antibiotic, what people called is the up to 60, 70, they call it as a golden era of antibiotic. Then comes the golden age of medicinal chemistry. Whatever compounds come from microbes, the chemists synthesize those molecules. After that, we stop.
since last 33 decades, we don't have any new class of antibiotics. Because of that, everything has started resistance. So what we have screened in the golden era, we mainly focus on this group of organisms, what I told is the Streptomyces. But we never looked for the other rare actinobacteria, which are more prolific producer of bioactive molecules. As you know that you talked about antimicrobial resistance, you look at 30% humans consume, 70% animal we consume. You look at the size of chicken. When was it? In 1957, it was 900 grams. Now you can see 4 kg. What it happens? Did he went to gym to build the body? No, right? See, these are the antibiotics pumped to get the gain. Because commercial angle is there, right? 4 kg means multiply by 250 rupees a kg, 1000 rupees. So now the IUMS, this is the International Union of Microbiological Society, gives the slogan that save the microbes, save the planet. Look at how to tackle where we look. We call India as one of the mega diversity hotspot. If you look at microbes, very limited people are exploring the systematic, taxonomically get the newer isolate, look at their bioconjugal potential. So as I already mentioned, the new technologies depend on the diverse group of organisms, diagnostic to the biosensor, everything is dependent on this new class of microbes. You can imagine if you don't have E. coli where we stand today. We doesn't stand in genetic engineering, right? Everything is dependent on the E. coli. So look at what we have screened earlier. 10 to the, whenever you talk about microbiology, 10 to the power of 3 to actinomycin, 4 for chloramphenicol, 5 for vancomycin, 6, 7. We stop, whenever you do the serial dilution, we stop to 10 to the power of 7. When we are looking the life in the moon and Mars, why you are not extending our dilution strategies? We should extend our dilution to 10 to the power of 8, unusual habitat, then unusual microbes, then only you get the newer metabolites. This is our concept, and how the genome revolutionized the secondary metabolite screening. You can see the earlier how strain isolation, extract making, then bioassay guided, then majority will fail it here because we won't get a newer compounds. But the genome, by the genome we can predict the structure based on the functional genomic annotation, and you can minimize your discovery programs. You look at the microbial abundance, 1 billion microbe cells per liter. What we know in Bargu's manual, they claim that 1% only we know. Now they are claiming 10% it has reached, but there is no evidence for that. There are more microbes in a gram of soil than there are humans alive today. Look at this. This is a Western study. You can come out with very nice. You can see from your nail to hair, we know that what is the microbial load in the human body. So, morning somebody was talking about repurposing of drugs. Why you are not repurposing the bugs? Whenever golden era of antibiotic, people are thought of very specific mind that I am looking for such particular organism for particular activity, right? Now we need to repurpose the bugs. Same, see when you take a microbe, single microbe produce thousands of metabolites. What we focus in earlier, only one metabolite. We don't know what other metabolites are doing. How we look at, we have to alternate source, look at the endophytic organism. People are believing that the medicinal property of plant is not only because of plant, it is because of the microbes residing in the endophytic nature of the plant, which helps the plant to produce the metabolites. How we look at this thing? Look at this, can easily identify, right? Car, SUV, van. Based on what? The engine size, mileage, number of passenger, type of transmission, model, make, year. Similar kind of system exists in microbial origin. You need to understand the microbes through all the parameters to explore for the application. I will give some background of how I started my study later on. Still I am continuing that same stuff. You can see that from the Gulbarga region, we started looking for is there any pigmented microorganisms playing a role in this soil pigmentations. We did the complete isolation. You can see that how different pigmented actinomyces. We never look at this kind of pigmented organisms. Then comes the first novel species we reported, Streptomyces gulbergensis. So there are nomenclature guidelines are there from the International Union where we can propose the nomenclature for the bacteria. This is the privilege to the taxonomist, like how the new parent can give the names to the baby. This is the privilege for the taxonomist can propose the names. There are certain guidelines need to be followed for this. So this look at the animal died after certain days, but this nigricin molecule induced animals survive for almost 30 days, including reduce the tumor size. You look at this control and 1 mg per kg per day. So we thought that whether it is a luck by chance in one model, we went for another model. You can see here also there is no animal death, 100% survival, there is no body weight loss, because in chemotherapy people claim that body weight will be lost, but nothing has happened with that one. Then again we went for the lung cancer, similar results observed. You can see the size is almost reduced, almost 80% tumor size is reduced. The similar kind of observation we made. Then still ArcTrack is working on that. It has shown the even blood cancer also. Whatever we demonstrated in a solid cancer, now we are working with the liquid cancer. It is probably we are understanding the mechanism. If it is clear from mechanism, it goes for a phase 1 trial. So later on, the Chinese come out with a very nice review. You can see evidence of nigricin as a potential therapeutic candidate for cancer, which you have already proven in the lab. And what they ask that you need to have the newer administrative route and you can improve their biotherapeutic efficacy. NCL has a very strong chemistry. We want to modify this molecule to change this therapeutic efficacy. We fluorinated these molecules because of fluorination is the biggest booming where we can enhance their biotherapeutic efficacy. We can add a fluorine to the arm of your molecule, either arm of the molecule. We did this one. We generated 3 fluorinated molecules we generated. You can see that for the first time in last 70 years after nigricin discovered, we have come across with nigricin is showing the activity against gram negative, which has been not reported earlier. And the very interesting, you look at the toxicity. The parent nigricin is 10 millimolar is the toxic. Look at the derivatives have reduced 10 times. The toxicity can also be reduced by the modification of even any toxic molecules. So majority of biologists we fail in the calculation. So we look at the calculation. Nigricin available in sigma for academic purpose, 1 mg is costing around 1700 rupees. We produce the nigricin by biological route, 600 rupees per gram. Right now we have around 25 gram of pure molecule. If you calculate with the sigma price, it is costing around 5.5 crore rupees. So now one of my students, he's a solo trucker. We started with the Western Ghat exploring. We have covered around 720 kilometers of Western Ghat sampling. We are mainly interested in rare actinobacteria. We isolated many of the organisms which have been not reported from the Indian habitat. Streptomyces, you look at this is the profile. For the first time we come across with 640 newer bacteria belongs to 29 genus which has been not reported from Indian soils. We are analyzing the complete genome of these organisms. And we have a panel. Whenever you want to look for any antimicrobial activity, we majorly look at the sensitive strains. When you are looking for a certain problem and your selection target itself is not the right choice. You look at there are a panel in ATCC which is called NDM1 strain panel, which is 6 organisms resistant to 37 antibiotics. Our screening will be done with these small organisms. Whenever you get any metabolite, we look for the activity against these strains. And one culture, 5 media, not single media. You look at that, each media differ differently. Even if you look at the broth, nothing is coming out. When you go for extraction, you will get a metabolite. So this is the first molecule compound comes from the Western Ghats. You can see the Enceliamycin. NCL name has been given. Culture name is okay, one side. You can see for the first time the compound has been named as a Enceliamycin. NCL name has been given, and it has shown the activity against clinical MRSA with the 4 μg per ml. So this molecule we are taking further for the chemical modifications. And this, when you look at the literature, this structure is a naphthoquinone. It's very close to buproquinone. The buproquinone is the only molecule which is available to the thalial diseases in the animal, cattle. You can look at. Now we are collaborating with some of the farm labs where we can explore this molecule. It has shown apart from the MRSA, it has shown the anti-cancer activity. We come across with the complete information of this molecule. Another interesting student working on the endophytic actinomycetes, the Tetrahidax plant, from each part we have isolated around 18 organisms which are behaving differently in each conditions. You can look at we do lot of column purification. We pinpoint the molecule in which fraction it is showing. It is showing very prominent activity against Endium, Klebsiella pneumoniae. So this is our pipeline, how we do the purification. This is the very interesting work which we carried out on bacterial cellulose. Whenever you know the cellulose is majorly comes from the plant origin, there are bacteria which produces 100% pure cellulose. When you want to extract cellulose from the plant, you need a harsh treatment with all the chemicals to remove lignin, hemicellulose and all those. Here the bacteria produces 100% pure cellulose which has lot biocompatible, which can have lot of medical potentials. We have demonstrated at 50 kg scale of this production. It's a static fermentation. In this room, we can produce about 100 tons of the bacterial cellulose. If you put like a plant tissue culture kind of rack system. We collaborated with the SDM. It is known to have this kind of hydrogel have a potential for diabetic foot ulcers. So we collaborated with the SDM College Dharwad. We tested 20 patients of the diabetic foot ulcer, non-healing diabetic foot ulcers. 20 patients, some have been already amputated their legs, some are going for amputation. You look at that, within 3 days, we are not asked to change their any routine treatment. We give this hydrogel, whatever ointment, antibiotic you are using, just mix with this hydrogel, apply to your wounds. You look at this, within 10 days, his wound has been healed. This is another female case. She is suffering from 8 months. You can see that. Again, you can see the wound has completely closed in within 10 days. Even she has the resistance CRE, carbapenem resistance E. coli in the infection. This is another fellow who is having the osteomyelitis, means you can see that there is no mass in between. You can pass from here to here, needle can be passed. With the syringe, this material has been pumped it. You can see that the complete holes have been closed within 12 days. And this is another lady which are going for another 6 months. If she has not attended her wound, she has to amputate her leg. This case also has been treated. You can see that we have completely. Here we did the reverse engineering. First we studied in the volunteer, then we went for the animals to understand what is happening with the animal. Similar observation, within 28 days completely closed down the wounds. Based on this, we have transferred this technology. They are doing the regulatory compliance to go for a larger scale. We are recruiting around 300 patients all over India to look at this effect. So coming to do good science, you need a backbone. Without backbone, you cannot do the good science. So any student know what are those backbones? So human resource is the backbone, right? Whatever I have presented is this. These are my PhD students. You can see the phylogenetically they are placed differently based on their work profile. They have completed, these people have completed, they have settled for postdoc and some jobs. Other important one is human resource. What we'll do if you don't have funds? you play rummy on the computers with the students. So you need a funding. Without funding, you cannot do the good science. So we are fortunate to supported by all the funding agencies, started from Ministry of Jal Shakti, BERAC, Rockefeller Foundation from the Google, ICMR. We are collaborating with SDM, IIC, IMTech, ACTREC. Apart from this support, we have a self-sustained system. Many people doesn't know that NCL has a culture collection, which is called National Collection of Industrial Microorganisms, which has started in 1950 in Indian Institute of Science, later on moved to the NCL. We cater all the requirement of the cultures to all the pharma from Jammu to Kanyakumari. This is one of the self-sustained lab in the complete science and technology ecosystem of the country. So we are 2 scientists, 5 technical staff. We generate 5 crore lab reserve for every year. And we have a high throughput facility from gene to genome, the metabolite to complete structural elucidation, including fermentation facility. We always say that we have 2 doors, enter with the culture, exit with your product. This is my research labs where I started my learning with Professor Dayanand, then China, then Korea. These are my earning labs where I started my own earning for sustaining in the system. This is a Marathi, I don't know how many you will understand. This is the fellow. He is the fellow who is suffering from the diabetic foot ulcer. Based on our news article, he contacted NCL. We routed to the SDM where the trials are going on with the volunteers. He went there. He's already, one thumb has been already amputated. The next infection is spreading with the other fingers. He went there. He stayed there for 10 days. He has completely cured. See, last 1.5 years, he is not getting any infection on those wounds. For that, he has shared his bite on us to show that how it is effective. He was telling that he watched our article, then he contacted us and all those things. I hope I have covered my allotted time. I am happy to take any questions, clarification, or see, as Morning told, no, we are all students. We are also going to learn from your questions.
Yeah, extremely thank you so much, sir. And the last video shows that the real contribution of a scientist to the society. And it's a take-home message for all the students as the last session. I hope children also will understand this.
To add up to that one, even as a scientist, you can counter the company when you transfer the technology. We have given instructed company that the product which you are developing, it should be less than 100 rupees. Then only I will transfer the technology. I have taken in a writing that the company will produce that material marketed within 100 rupees to the larger society use.
Yeah, really congratulations for this excellent work that you have done.
Thank you.
And taking from isolating microorganisms till the product going to the human. So it's indeed a great contribution that you have made. And you mentioned about several new microorganisms that you have identified. And often we hear that when you isolate a new organism, you face difficulty in of course, you have your own collection, otherwise you have to deposit in a collection, or you have to deposit in ATCC, or there's a requirement like that. Did you face any problem?
See, this is a very good question. Yeah. National Biodiversity Authority, we are fighting with for last 10 years with the NBA. So for a taxonomical purpose, it has been allowed to deposit in, because for a taxonomy purpose, you should deposit 2 cultures in 2 internationally recognized centers, one in your own country, one in abroad. So nowadays they have allowed for a taxonomy purpose, but still they have given us some star mark that the company, the culture, if I deposited in Germany, if somebody from German researcher asks that culture, so that German culture collection has to contact NBA that so and so has called. That's why the foreign culture collections are not accepting the Indian cultures. Vice versa, they are not supplying cultures to the India because of the NBA kind of thing. Still going on, this debate, discussions are going on. But so that's why from taxonomy I deviated to metabolite production. So right now, if we propose around 600 new species, I can propose.
Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, I have one question, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you have more species. How can we procure that? Is it available in national?
So this whatever
NPCC?
our isolate cultures are is our own research activity. Once
Suppose, we want to collaborate. Will you
Oh,
offer like
so
academician?
it depends on the application, what applications you are looking apart from my application. If I am looking for a metabolite, apart from metabolite, we are open for any kind of discussion.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. You are a wonderful talk, and also you did a wonderful job for the society. This is a need of our now. I request Karuna Sagar sir to please both of them present a memento. Memento to Professor Sayed sir and also Professor QRSC madam as a token of our respect. So now we have 30 minutes lunch break. Please assemble back at 2:30. So please, if you come early, we will end up early. So please bear this in mind, and thank you very much, all of you. ANP Bangalore in the field of animal nutrition and also production. Its major areas of research are nutrition, immunity, and also nutrition, fertility, and also farm animals. Sir has several important publications and also patents in his credit. So he got 5 technologies administered and also commercialized. So with this brief introduction, RT welcome you, sir, for chairing this session, and I welcome all the panelists. I request all of them to introduce themselves, please. Yes. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected senior participants of this 3-day conference, and students, and all the delegates. I think we are coming to the almost end of the conference, except for the valedictory function, which will be held soon after this panel discussion. I think in these 3 days, I think a lot of things have been discussed about the antimicrobial resistance, AMR, and associated issues prevailing in the present scenario. I think very good talks by experts who are actually working in the field have given their presentation, and lot of good discussion, particularly useful for our younger generations like students. So to create an awareness of this burning topic. I will not take much time because organizers have already informed that you are almost 50 minutes delay, and valedictory function is due. I think chief guest may come at any moment. Dr. Baldev Rajagulati, Director of Anivedi Bangalore, he will come. So I think without taking much time, I think we'll each of our panelists will introduce themselves and give their opinion about this topic and their expertise, expert opinion, about 5 to 7 minutes each. So at the end, I will sum up and give my remarks. With this, I once again thanks the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I request each one of our esteemed panelists to give their opinion and remarks in brief.
Good afternoon to all of you. Respected panelists, Dr. Ramesh and his colleagues and all dear participants. It is a great privilege to be here in this occasion of this 3-day conference organized by KSTA. I thank Ramesh for giving me this opportunity. Always KSTA is helping the institutions. I was working in Oxford Institution, Bangalore, 2000 to 2013. I think he has almost sanctioned more than 1.8 crores, including VGST and KSTA for research as well as several conferences. And I moved to Karnataka University, Dharwad. There also, I think he has helped me to conduct 3 to 4 conferences with this KSTA, this one. So this is how KSTA is promoting the science and technology for the youngsters. And nice to see very serious participant. Since morning I am seeing, nobody is moving here and there. Generally, it won't happen in universities. We conduct several conferences. Only lunch time it will be rush, and during sessions, technical sessions, no students will be there. Even Dr. Sayed also will agree for this. So this shows the seriousness about science, because you have to take seriously the science. The conference is very relevant. This conference, which is antimicrobial resistance, strategies for prevention and alternatives. And wonderful lectures from morning to afternoon I heard. So 5 years back, I went to America, a place called Florida, Jacksonville, Mayo Clinic. As a visiting scientist, one of my close friend is working there as a scientist. So he invited me there, and I got some cough and cold and fever. So after 2 days, he took me to the doctor. See, doctor did not give me an antibiotic. He said, "Do you use salt goggling?" So he did not. He gave one paracetamol for fever. That's all. We will wait for 3-4 days, then we will treat you for antibiotic. So this is how Western countries, they are very, very serious about these the medications, especially medications. See, if you go to doctors here, so minimum we will not come out without 1,500 rupees medications for a small fever and cough. This is the situation, because excess use of antibiotics. We are not supposed to use excess use also, you are not supposed to use low dose also. If, for example, medication of 10 days, if you use for 3 days, again the bacteria may get resistance to this antibiotic. This is how, since you just go back to history of Alexander Fleming. So he discovered this antibiotic penicillin 1928 and introduced in 1940, I think. So immediately after 1 year, the Staphylococcus aureus, you heard about this, MRS, penicillin, methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus, within 1 year. followed by Staphylococcus, Streptococci, Gonococci. Within 2 years, these 4 organisms, almost more than 40%, they get resistance to antibiotics. Because survival of the pest. How we have developed an immune system, like bacteria also, they have immune system, they have acquired an extra chromosomal DNA, and then through parasexual process like transformation, conjugation, and transduction, they transfer bacteria to bacteria, their DNA. Okay. And obviously, they acquire resistance to various antibiotics. This is the situation. Okay. See, the classification of antibiotics by their mechanism. There are 4, because the students are there, I have to tell about this. One is cell wall synthesis inhibitors, like penicillin family. They inhibit the cell wall or they interfere with the cell wall biosynthesis. So, for example, beta-lactams. Beta-lactams ಅಲ್ಲಿ penicillins, cephalosporins, carboniums, and glycopeptides ಅಲ್ಲಿ vancomycin, tiocoplanin, and several commercially available antibiotics are available in the market at present. Okay. So, like protein synthesis inhibitors, which include amyloglycosides, the example is gentamicin, tetracycline include doxycycline. Very important is macrolides, azithromycin. There are erythromycin. Azithromycin is a very common antibiotic used for throat infection. It helped us a lot during COVID infection. And like other lymphocytes, oxalidenolin, chloramphenicol, all of you know, which interferes with the protein biosynthesis. Generally, to increase the plasmid copy number, they use this antibiotic. So like this, there are antibiotics which inhibits the nucleic acid synthesis and metabolic pathway inhibitors, which include clinolins, rifamycins, nitroimidazoles, sulfonamides, trimethoprim, and likewise cell membrane disruptor like polymyxins, lipopeptides. So this is how they classified the antibiotic depending on their mechanism of actions. Okay. So, what are the alternatives? The present this one alternatives. What are the alternatives? So, alternatives people are trying with fast therapy. That is one. Microbial peptides, antimicrobial peptides, And also now the people are trying with metal ion nanoparticles like silver, copper, zinc. They are synthesizing using some plant bioactive compounds. And also in our laboratory, we are trying with bioactive compounds. So, taking various Western Ghats plants and extracting bioactive compounds from them and trying with various microorganisms for their inhibition. So, these are the alternatives the scientists are trying. And phage therapy, phage therapy, when compared to phage therapy and antibiotics, antibiotics are broad spectrum, but phage therapy narrow spectrum. So, because of several ethical issues, I think fast therapy has not took up commercially, and also there are so many other issues. But antibiotics, I think you have to look for other alternative very seriously. This one is nanoparticles, synthesis of nanoparticles, using green synthesis of nanoparticles. So, we don't know how exactly it works and what are the ethical issues. Still, the research is going on. So, with this, this one, I think I request sir to give it to
Thank you, Professor Vedmurthy sir, for sharing your experience and your insights about this topic. Now I request Sri Vishwanath to give your opinion.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Thank you, Dr. Gowda sir, for giving me this opportunity, and also I thank the panelists. So, all of you have attended 3 days sessions. I want one of you to reflect on what is the take-home message from this. Can anybody stand up and say what are the take-home messages from this conference? Anyone? What do you want to do, or what do you want to change after going out of this conference? Okay, very good.
And surveillance in all sectors are required.
Okay.
That's the main thing I think so. Most of the scientists departed right from the One Health. To stand up for that, we have to go to the surveillance. That is very much.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you, thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, please. Very good, thank you. I was going through the abstracts. Yeah, that's the most important point. I was going through the abstracts of presentation. Very well written, I am sure the presentations were also good. I just want to, okay, before I come to the topic, I'll introduce myself. I'm a postgraduate in pharmacy. I've been working as a medical writer for the past 25 years. I've extensively written articles on cephalosporins, multi-drug resistance, carbapenems. From 2000, whatever antibiotics and newer classes of antibiotics were introduced, I have worked on almost all of them. Meropenem to imipenem, cilastatin, or the ceftazidime, all the third generation cephalosporins. That is the context. So first of all, you are all doing research. In addition to this, you look at your life and think about antibiotic resistance. First, what causes antibiotic resistance? 3-4 things important. First thing is over-prescribing or prescribing of most potent drug or antibiotic by the doctor. That also he is not prescribing on his own. Actually, the patients, we as a patient expect immediate resolution of symptoms. Within day, the symptoms should resolve. So the doctors are using the most potent antibiotics for a simple thing, as Dr. Vedamurthy said. For simple throat infection, instead of salt water gargling, we are taking the most potent antibiotic, which is used for nosocomial infections, hospital acquired infections, surgical induced infections. That is one of the reasons. The second reason is even the most educated will stop antibiotic course in between. I'm sure most of you will stop amoxicillin clavulanic acid within 3 days. It is supposed to be taken for 5 days. You will stop clarithromycin within 3 or 2 days because you found symptoms resolved. You did not continue. That is the next cause. The third is self-medication. Instead of going to the doctor and paying 100, 200, 500 rupees for consultation, you will take medications on your own or antibiotics on your own. I am sure all of you are doing this. Do you do this? That itself is a culprit for antibiotic resistance. So that should be the take-home message from here should be stop doing all these things. So as a educated, as a participants from this Congress, please stop doing this and spreading more antibiotic resistance. And ask your family members to do. So from 50 people participating in this, let the activity, a big campaign start. isn't it? You spread the same message with your family and close relatives and anybody. This is one. And you know what are the implications? Now, when you hear any of your relatives or somebody in a hospital, they will say they are in ICU. Isn't it? Most of the time. Even for the simplest of the cause, they are admitted in the ICU. Because some of the conditions, infections mostly, are not controlled with the usual antibiotics, and so they are kept under intensive care unit, and they are treated with at least 3 antibiotics. That is so. Imagine admitting someone in ICU. Each day will cost minimum 10,000 in any hospital in Bangalore. So you are increasing the use of unnecessary antibiotics. The cost increases. There is an economic burden. There is because use of multiple antibiotics, there is a bigger use of higher antibiotics again. And most important thing is, none of the pharmaceutical companies are discovering any more antibiotics because it is not lucrative. So if all the microorganisms at present develop resistance to the existing antibiotics, I don't think you will have anything more. I have not heard in the past 5 years a launch of any new antibiotics. We have to start going back to chloramphenicol, penicillin, which were the first antibiotics, and start using it again. So the implications are very, very scary. You must have heard stories of people dying in ICU, not coming out of ICU, and paid 3-4 lakhs, 10 lakhs. It is an economic burden, right? Isn't it? So think about the implications and think about the causes, and it is easy to prevent. So always the solutions are simple. Only thing is implementation is difficult. As educated, see, many times uneducated will follow the strict instructions of the doctors. We, the educated, are the uneducated now. We'll take decision on our own to stop medication. We'll take decision on our own to self-medicate. We'll, even after knowing, we'll try to use the most potent drugs or ask for quicker relief. So please, as a take-home message, please stop doing this from this group at least, and let this message spread. Yeah, this is what I wanted to convey to everybody. Thank you, the panelists.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sri Vishwanath sir, for giving the practical scenario of AMR and your interaction with the some of the students here, and also elaborating some of the consequences of this burning issue, and also giving some suggestions and key take-home messages. Thank you very much, sir, for your opinion. And now I request Dr. M. Balakrishna Nair to give your remarks.
I am Balakrishna Nair, working in University of Transdisciplinary Health Science and Technology for the last 23 years. I am working on reduction of antibiotic use in animal health for the last 15 years. My background is that I am a botanist basically. I work in University of Delhi, I work in IIM Ahmedabad, and 3 years I was out of the country, worked in University Putra, Malaysia. Presently, why I was interested in this animal health. My grandfather was a healer. I never went to hospital till I was in my house. All primary health care was taken care in the house itself. And last maybe 20 years before I had a hernia operation, I never took any Western medicine after that. Till now, I don't take any Western medicine, neither antibiotics or other medicines. I am also 24 years I am diabetic. I have not taken any Western medicine for diabetics. I also handle only that with the Ayurveda medicine. So when I was doing the human health in TDU, we documented a lot of knowledge from the community and then validated it and promoted among the community. I have established 45,000 home herbal garden in the country so that they can use that medicinal plant for their primary health care. That was one of the things which I did. Then I understood that most of the antibiotics is put in the animal health. So I thought that actually it has come from Netherlands. Netherlands people decided to reduce the antibiotic use from 1970 to 1990 by 75%. They don't have any other alternatives. They came to us because I was working with them. So we understood that the antibiotic use in the animal is very high. So we started working on traditional knowledge from the community, documented them, validated them, and I can now handle 34 conditions in the animal without any chemical and veterinary drugs. We are able to demonstrate that it is efficacious on 1 million animals. I am working with National Dairy Development Board. 1 million animal has been treated with 80% or above 80% success. We are able to reduce the cost of treatment of 2 dairies, 26 million rupees reduced for purchase of antibiotics last 10 years and last 3 years. And we are also now working with, and that another thing is that we are able to increase 7.3% of the production by reducing antibiotic use. If you treat with a normal animal with the herbal products, the production is increased 7.3%. We are able to reduce the antibiotic residue in the milk in the area where we are working by 98.7%. That means we are able to reduce the antibiotic use in that particular area. And the Animal Husbandry Department has now taken these formulations as the standard guidelines for treatment of animals now, Government of India. So these are a few things which I am doing. And then about this present conference, the antibiotic resistant problem is a global problem. But this particular conference is very important because, as we told in the lecture, that locally we should act so that we need not have to think globally. You think locally and act locally, it will automatically go to the this one. That is one of the things which I said, that such conferences are very important. I think more conference should be there because we could not discuss all the aspects of this antimicrobial resistance in this particular small 3 days. So more conference should be there so that people are aware about it. I did a survey among farmers in Kerala. 94% of the people are not knowing if you give an antibiotic injection, it will come with the milk. So awareness is very, very important. And many of the people don't know the Kerala, the farmers are trained to give the injection of antibiotics. A lot of farmers do without even going to a veterinarian. I have seen one farmer is using about 3 antibiotics in mastitis. I said, why you are doing it? I don't know which one is you use. All the 3 he has put it in the animal. So such things should be stopped. Only we can do that with more conference and more awareness, and maybe all the people who are sitting here can give this knowledge, as Doctor said, to 5 people. We are successful in this particular conference. Thanks a lot for giving me an opportunity to come here and then attend it. I am thankful to Dr. Ramesh, who has invited me to come here and share my thoughts. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Balkrishna Nair, sir. Though you're a botanist and you could throw your experience about this antibiotic usage in the field condition and giving your experience of using this indigenous knowledge. And definitely herbal knowledge is Indian strength. So definitely, as rightly told, I think other countries in future, they're already told they're look forward for the knowledge. And I think is our greatest strength, this Ayurveda and our traditional folk medicine. I think that will have an added advantage in addressing this problem of antimicrobial resistance and other issues. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Shivsharanappa. I think he is from our colleague from ICR Nivedi. Please share your.
Thank you, sir. Esteemed chair and dear delegates, panel delegates, and participants in conference. So, in this conference, I just connect dots. I am from animal science, veterinary science, working as a senior scientist at ICR Nivedi. It's a National Institute of Veterinary Epidemiology and Disease Informatics, based in Yelahanka, it's near to this campus. Yes, One Health approach to combat AMR. So there was a missing link yesterday talks and all. So I am a part of animal AMR surveillance program, which is currently running in country. It's Dr. Sanat sir is also there. He is a part of Infor network program. Just a brief note of this the surveillance program, which was initiated during 2018 with support of FAO, and now it's been 5 years, covering most of the states. Like we have right now 31 centers, collaborating centers, which includes 20 animal science institutes and about 11 fisheries. So based on this multicentric surveillance study, we have generated ample evidence defending ourselves, veterinary and fisheries, that veterinary or fishery is not actually contributing for the whatever 80%, 100% ESBLs what we are getting and all. So the first report is available with support of FAO, which is Livestock AMR Surveillance Report, which says that less than 5% of MRSA is from animal origin and 25 to 30% ESBL is from animal origin. So the other aspect of this is we don't have ample evidence of antibiotic use in livestock and fishery sector, and we are not quantifying it exactly. So now we have initiated to quantify, to estimate what is the level of different class of antibiotics being used in the animal sector. For example, tetracycline, cephalosporin, enrofloxacin, many classes. Like we have harmonized protocols now established with the support of international organizations, and with harmonized protocols like standard epidemiological sampling plans, sampling frameworks, we are now generating countrywide evidence of the data which is well validated and which shows that there are only few class of antibiotics are frequently used in animals. Like we are blaming like cephalosporins have been used frequently, then other antibiotics, third generation antibiotics and all, but it is in field it is not true. We are using maybe in quantities very less. To compare with global average, which shows more than 300 milligram per kg of antimicrobials are used to produce 1 kg of meat or 1 kg of milk and all. But the few studies, like it's not a nationwide study which has to be initiated. It's less than 10 milligram per kg of milk or meat and all. So this kind of integration of AMU data is very much essential to link with AMR. We don't have evidence that using antibiotics in animals is contributing for the AMR in human and animal. We have surveillance programs like yesterday Vandana Madam was telling, NCDC AMR surveillance programs, which is again based on clinical data. But now our surveillance is there, which is covering healthy livestock and also the clinical conditions. So we are also telling that some of the healthy livestock is harboring antibiotic resistant genes and they are contributing to the food safety and transmission to the humans and all. We don't have a specific surveillance program for environmental factor to be considered. So we need to have a integrated surveillance program. And now One Health mission is coming, and which is trying to integrate all the national surveillance programs. And also we don't have a specific surveillance program for companion animals, because everyone is maintaining companion animals, dog and cats, which are now harboring the crab, carbapenem resistant Acinetobacter. So studies are required, multicentric studies are required. And our institute is one of the national reference center for many of the viral bacterial pathogens. And we are also world reference center for many bacterial and viral pathogens in India. And we are also investigating basis for the carbapenem resistance, basis for the linezolid resistance in animals, because we are not using those antibiotics in animals. But we are getting all the carbapenem resistant Klebsiella and E. coli and all, but the basis, maybe it could be from environmental origin or from the human. So One Health, of course, it's a good way to integrate all the 3 dots of epidemiological triad, like host, environment, and pathogen. Yes, that's all from my side. And yes, I can say proudly, like we have generated evidence to say that animals are not contributing factor for the emergence of AMR. So, but more studies are required. Maybe second report is going to come for 4 years of compilation report again. And maybe it shows like the effective integrated surveillance system should be in place to say that, yeah, we can. Now we should work on mitigation strategies. So we have generated ample evidence from human side, from animal side, but now we should work on the mitigation strategies. So thank you once and all.
Thank you, Dr. Shivashanappa. I think being a veterinarian and being working in a reputed National Institute of ICR, I think your contribution will be more promising in the coming days. I think you're already working. I think this is the ICR Institute, well-funded projects are there, and well-structured work plans are already there in place, and it's a very reputed institute. And already some of the pioneering work on diseases like brucella, which is a very communicable and causing a lot of economic losses to the livestock. They have come out with the kits and a lot of remedial measures on such diseases. I think this institute is a repository institute on, of data and information on many communicable and many diseases. I think thank you, Dr. Shivashanappa. I'll now request Dr. V.K. Dikshit to give your opinion about this theme of the conference.
Thank you, sir. I thank KSTA and Ramesh sir for inviting me to this conference. I am Dikshit and I work as an associate professor at NITE Team-to-be University, Mangalore, in the Department of Infectious Diseases and Microbial Genomics. Since the topic is antimicrobial resistance, we also work with resistant organisms. We isolate resistant organisms from hospital samples as well as from the environment. Now, this drug resistance is an age-old problem, as all of us know. Even in yesterday's presentation, it was known that resistance is not because of the use of antibiotics. It is because of the overuse of antibiotics. Even before the discovery of penicillin, drug resistance was there. Most of the antibiotics are from the nature. So if antibiotics are there, resistance to that antibiotics will also be present in the nature. So that we cannot avoid. Only thing is we have to avoid overuse of antibiotics, like over-the-counter availability of antibiotics. As many of the panelists said, even for a simple cold, viral fever, people take antibiotics, which should be stopped. Without knowing the causative agent, if we take antibiotics, that becomes overuse or irrational use. So that should be stopped. Another thing is, in terms of mitigation, of course, our lab, which exclusively work on bacteriophages, we have many FARC consortium for most of the drug resistance pathogens like Klebsiella, Salmonella, or E. coli. So that may be one of the criteria to control these spread of these drug resistant pathogens. And we also work on developing nanoformulations of older antibiotics. They are also referred as nanobiotics basically to curb efflux mediated resistance in pathogens, because efflux is the first line of defense by the bacteria against these antibiotics. So if we provide antibiotics in nano formulation, they can escape this efflux mechanism and can inhibit the bacteria by growing or whatever. So that is one field we are working on. Another important aspect is we are also working on how these drug resistant strains behave in vivo and in vitro. For example, during infection, these microorganisms, they face lots of challenge in the body, whether it is bile secretion, temperature fluctuation, or pH variation. We don't know what is happening actually, whether they are becoming more resistant or they are becoming sensitive, because bile is supposed to be an antibacterial agent. But what we have seen is, in the laboratory, when we expose these bacteria against bile, they become more resistant, or they form biofilms. Now, if they form biofilms in vivo, then it is more dangerous. So we confirm them as sensitive in vitro, but then in vivo we don't know what exactly happening. So these are some of the points we need to consider before considering them as resistant or sensitive. So that is what I want to tell. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dikshit, for giving some of the new ideas. Particularly this nanoscience, nanotechnology is playing a very crucial role. So in animal science and physical science, so a lot of work has been done and work is going on, particularly preparing the nanoparticles of nanominerals, so nanophytochemicals like nanocurcumin conjugates. So there are already some of the trials conducted in our animal science institutes. So they have shown promising results in reducing the dosage of antibiotics, and they can be a substitute. If not completely, we can reduce the dosage of the antibiotics, the level of inclusion, and we can substitute with partly with these nanophytochemicals. So thank you very much for giving this new idea of nanoscience and nanotechnology. Thank you so much. I think in this series now we have one of the last panelists, Dr. Jayashree. So kindly share your ideas, madam.
Good afternoon to one and all. I would be very thankful to the crew members of KSTA as well as Dr. Ramesh, CEO, to inviting me for a panel member to share my thoughts and my experiences. From 3 days, we have already been experienced talking about this antibacterial or antimicrobial resistance. You know, as Dikshit already told, antimicrobial activities or antibiotics are passed from so many years. Only overdoses is causing the effects. Yeah, to share with you, from 2023 May till 2025 around February, I suffered from urinary tract infection. I myself is a live example for this. I don't know whether it is a negligence of the doctors or as a patient myself, like as previous panel member also told that we are in urgency to cure the diseases. Yeah, they gave me gentamicin. Like I was infected normally, urinary tract infection, ladies it happens because we use the public toilet. Nowadays it's a common disease for all, no sex differences, male or a female. So normally we get infected with E. coli, but I was infected with Klebsiella. That was a challenging. They tried with so many antibiotics, but only gentamicin was supporting me. So first 15 days, 2 vials, 450 mg they gave, both morning and evening in a NS fluid, IV fluids. Actually that is very dangerous. Then slightly had some renal effect symptoms, but it was not curable. I should be very thankful to my management because nearly 3 months I never went regularly to college. Even I had shared with sir that I was frequently, they used to call for resource person, but I could not attend for KSTA. Then second dose was 880 mg. That's really a high dose. Believe me or not, my dear friends, both all are present here, it was really a suffering time. Like I would look healthy, but I was not healthy. And medications, along with this gentamicin, per day I used to take 15 tablets, along with this is my 26th year of diabetic, almost 2 decades gone, along with my service in Ramaya. I forgot to introduce myself. I work in the Department of Biotechnology and Genetics from MS Ramaya Degree College. So it so happened that frequently I used to fall sick, antibiotics, and as my diabetic was there from 26 years, from 20 years, they told that I had a chest pain. They declared heart weakness and they gave me this 75 mg Cusprin. So it's too much for me. Then it so happened after February, I was slowly picking up. The gentamicin story was over 2 doses. Then again I fell sick. The doctor told once again you have to go for higher version of gentamicin. Then I made up my mind. Anyhow, I have to die one day. Whatever God wishes, we have to face that. Then I went to my own doctor who was in abroad. So then I got his number, and I think he's working in somewhere in Jayanagar, in Clumax. And I went to him, and there, normally when I see a doctor, I get scared. My BP, I don't have BP, but my BP will shoot up, anxiety will be there. And so he described 20 tablets per day. Morning 4 doses, something like that. It went on. So I had to get back to the work, because that is where our bread and butter starts due to commitment. So then one of my colleagues told, he works in genetics, Dr. Ramakrishna Yasur, and Dr. Rajasam is advisor from our college, so I'm sharing this. He told, don't take so much of high dose, gradually slow down, let us see what will happen. So every day I started discarding the dosages. Instead of 3 tablets per day, we have 3 per day, 2 per day. I gradually, months of like around 2 to 3 months, I got up. I've stopped taking all the medicine, including the Ecosprin. Only insulin I'm dependent if I go forever, otherwise not necessary. So now I'm hale and well, normal. I think we should make up our mind, and we should have a sound profiled habit. Sound profiled habit means food habit, exercises, mind setup. And see, past from 26 years, I was on so many medications, so many times. I've gone coma for 3-4 days in 2009, 2012 I suffered again for going for coma. I came back again. Then again this time I decided I'd never get hospitalized, but the small doses I was taking. So this also I made up mind. Today I'm only with insulin, that too with only 20 units per day. I don't know if you are aware of this insulin take-up, you'll be knowing it. So take-home delivery or messages, what I tell the youngsters especially, please skip off your junk foods. Every time I tell in all the talks, have a very good palate and good mind setup, and everything will come to a normal. And one more thing, see, all the antibiotics, they have a suffix with mycin. I think somewhere we are doing sin and we are facing that. And so I'm very happy to share these few thoughts and experience with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayashree Madam. I think in this this conference, I think many times most of the speakers have emphasized about this AMR in relation to overdosage or underdosage or irrational usage. All these issues were dealt, but in this you have given your personal experience and your own methods and approaches you adopted to come out of this problem of this AMR and other issues. Thank you so much.
I took a dosage of moringa leaves. That
In time, so maybe I'll take up to sum up and give my remarks. I request and invite the young minds particularly to ask questions, so that morning very good presentations are there. The experts are still available here for interacting with you. Please introduce yourself and ask question very briefly. Please.
Coming out that hospital acquired, because the hospitals are giving the antibiotic resistance, not by the clinicians. So one recent example, one of my colleague for kidney stones, he has been operated in a well-known hospital in Pune. During that operation, he got a Klebsiella pneumonia infection, MDR. Madam, to add up to that, he has been dosed 15 gram of antibiotic per day for 26 days. Now his gut system is completely collapsed. Doctor advised for 2 years to re-establish a gut system. Because now hospitals are not taking their responsibility, because if you take out that disinfectant what they are using, bacteria are easily growing in 70% of alcohol, whatever they are using.
Sir, only in India it's happening. So recently, as Vedanmurthy sir told in Florida, doctor is prescribing only the salt water. Recently I visited the hospital in Australia. So nowhere they will prescribe this antibiotics.
True. If you go to the ICU, 100% Klebsiella pneumonia infection, 100%.
Sir, I'm scared of doctors.
Yeah.
Last week also I had some internal infection. I go for this moringa. I don't know.
So because the role is management also look for the sterilization areas, especially in ICU and ICU, because they are not looking the moment, because they are more on economic gain rather than the patient perspective. The moment the bed is empty, immediately the next patient is ready to go to the same bed. So that something has to be add up to on that. Yeah.
Is a big threat now.
True.
But nowadays, if you don't take antibiotics after third day also, yeah, it will not be cured. So that's the problem.
So to add on to this, any patient admitted in an hospital, even if it is for a fracture or psychiatry reason, if they are put in the ward, first thing they give is a antibiotic. And when we question them, they say it's given as a prophylactic to prevent hospital acquired infection. But I don't know how far it is good. But if they are going to stay for 3 days or 4 days, first drug will be injection ceftriaxone. That is what we are observing. Whether it is really needed, it's a question mark. When we ask, this is how they justify. It's to prevent the hospital acquired infections.
Thank you, madam. Yeah, I think he wanted. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Sanjay. So, sir, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 3 ಡೇಸಿಂದ ಏನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಏನು ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದೇನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವೀಗ ಈಗೇನು ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬ್ಸ್ ಏನೇನಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜೀಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರಿವೆಂಟಿವ್ ಮೆಜರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ನಮಗೆ ಬರದೇ ಇರೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಈ ಸರ್ವೇಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗಿರೋ, ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜೀಸ್ ಆಗಿರೋ, ಅಥವಾ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಾವು AMRಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಫೇಸ್ ಥೆರಪಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ವ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ಥರ ಏನಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಥವಾ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಥವಾ ಪರಿಸರದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಸರ್. ಏನಾರು ಆ ಥರ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ?
ಈಗ ಕೆಲವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ, ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, AMR ಆಗಲಿ, ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟಾಕ್ ಮಿಷನ್, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಮಿಷನ್, ಇದರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೇರ್ ಅಪ್. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಜೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ದ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆರ್ ದಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ. ದ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಸಮ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್, ಸಪೋಸ್ ಹೌ ಟು ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ದಿ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಯೂಸೇಜ್, ಹೌ ಟು ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ದಿ ಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚಸ್ ಏನಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಈಗ ಸಪೋಸ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ವೆರ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ದಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಲೈನ್ಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ಎಫಿಷಿಯೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ರಿಗರಸ್ಲಿ.
ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸೊ ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
See, it is not only antibiotic. We are blaming only antibiotic, but handling of microorganism also is very important. So being a student, what you will do, you will inoculate a bacteria, you get a 3 days holiday, you just leave it and you will allow them to overgrow. A susceptible bacteria getting chances of antimicrobial resistance is more in that case. So that's what is happening. We are not autoclaving. Just we discard in a sink after 3 days, 4 days. So just they will get into the sewage channel and they will spread across the community. So this is also very important. Apart from blaming a doctors, the handling of microorganism also is very, very, very important. We should not allow them to overgrow them. Okay, in a normal medium or whatever antibiotic medium. Yes, susceptible bacteria may also have the chance to get mutated. Okay, so what you call a decline phase, isn't it? We should not allow them to go to decline phase. This is also very important.
ಇದು ಬರೀ ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೆಲ್ತಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕು? ಗುಡ್ ಡಯಟ್, ಸಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ, ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಒಂದು 7-8 ಗಂಟೆ, 6 ಗಂಟೆ ಅಂತೂ ಯೂಸ್ಲೆಸ್. ಸೊ ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ರಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವ? ನೀವೇ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಇದು 3 ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ನೀವು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಡಯಟ್ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ 5 ಗಂಟೆನೂ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲು 10ಕ್ಕೆ ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 6ಕ್ಕೆ ಎದ್ದೇಳ್ರಿ, ನೋಡೋಣ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತದ್ದು. ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಫೋಕಸ್. ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಯೋಗ ಯೋಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರಿ ಯೋಗ, ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋದ್ರಾಗ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಒಂದು 5 ಜನ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸು ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು ಒಂದು 5 ಜನ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋ 100 ಜನದಾಗೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಬದಲು ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಆಗಿನ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲು ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದನೇ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು, ನಾವು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು. ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್, ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್. ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಬೇಡ, ಆಂಟಿಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸು ಬೇಡ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇ ಬೇಕಾಗಲ್ಲ.
What I suggest is that I am running a course on primary health care and medicine plant in the Mount Carmel College. Last 6 years, all girls. Why girls? Because if somebody is ill in the house, the one who is affected is the girls. If their husband is ill, she is affected. If the kid is ill, she is affected. Her father-in-law is then affected. But if she is ill, if somebody is there, then they will get. So this course is just to prevent any diseases or treat the disease at the primary stage. This is what we are doing. And we are running it, last 6 years I had running it there. This year I could not do because I was busy with other things. And secondly is that prevention. As he said, prevention is very, very important. I don't get fever for last at least 15 years. I got a decoction which is made in the house, taken 5 days in a month. That is my grandfather's combination, 6 plants, 3 plants and 3 spices. Every month I take 5 days. Neither me or my family don't get cold, cough. Even it is dengue also can be prevented. That's what I understand. So such things are there available in the household. We are already forgotten what we have in the household. And then that is very important to revive. That's why FRLC, our Institute Foundation for Revitalization of Local Health Tradition for the community. And we are able to revive many of them, and they are able to save 500 rupees per quarter for their primary health care. So this is the change of mindset that you have to go to the hospital if you have a cough and cold. Earlier we used to get some kashayam in the house, So that had to come back to the community, telling that I need not have to go to the hospital. This can be handled in the house. If it is not working for 3 days, then you should go to a specialist. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, please.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. So I want to ask, so in our houses we have this leftover tablets and antibiotics. I don't know what to do with that. Do we have some policies, or somebody will come to collect from houses, like how morning the BBMP will come to collect the garbage and everything? So is there something like that which can be implemented to collect even the antibiotics or other, pharmaceutical products? So which is not thrown in the environment? I mean people who doesn't,
Okay. You're finished? No, I think best hospitals, they have their own disposable policy. I think incineration is the best method. Yeah, you should not throw to the public because animals will chew, and sometimes, our condition. Poor people will see, they think that it's a food. So I think it should not be disposed in the public place. It should be better the incineration.
But you see, people don't follow it. So how you can...
The biggest problem.
Yeah, so...
Good microorganisms.
So,
Yeah,
talking about is fine. Like taking some step, if you can, give some tips, like how you can.
Back to the medical shops, they will give back to the pharmaceutical companies where they dispose.
No, there is a disposal policy for all the pharmaceutical, best as Professor told.
But I would say people are not aware of. I would say.
You have to create an awareness. At least for your community, at least 10-15 houses you select and you just advise them.
Yeah.
3 or 4 important points here. One is indiscriminate use of antibiotics and fungicides and other chemicals, including pesticides. Indiscriminate use. Especially the drugs are sold without control, although there are regulations. So this panel should insist that drug regulation should be imposed effectively in the society. That's very important. All of you aware that everybody is doctor in our society. You go to any shop, tell your symptoms, he will give medicine, maybe better than doctor. So they go, take medicine and treat themselves. That is somewhat irrational and unscientific. Strong rules may be there, but they have to be implemented. That's where we fail. Secondly, with regard to fungicides and pesticides, Dr. Murthy knows. He is also from agricultural background like me. They don't go to any agriculture officer, sir. Or the person who is related to agriculture, a government employee, is not available to our farmers. So directly they go to town or the city, agri shops. They ask them, paddy, 1 month old, 3 months old, these are the symptoms, what to do? He will give some prescription and medicine also, on pesticide or fungicide. He will say put, say this much, 100 ml for 10 liters of water like that. He will never measure. Including my brothers, they will never measure. Approximately they put. So if shopwala says spray once, they will spray 3 times. Because we want good yield. Good yield. It is just like, especially in elite families, they go and purchase from the nursery an excellent, beautifully looking orchid plant. Father says, this is very nice, very precious plant. Then he brings and put that pot here. Every day he pours 3 times water. His wife will pour 3 times water. Sons also, they want flowers to come early. They also pour 3 times water, thinking that they will get a beautiful orchid flower. The plant will rot because it is xerophyte. It won't require water. An example like this. Same thing is happening in our crop system. They impose spray a lot of pesticides, fungicides, and in some cases antibiotics also.
Weedicides also.
Weedicides, lot of weedicides. What is the effect of all these chemicals, including antibiotics, on the biota? There, both bacteria, viruses, or other zoological entities. What is happening to them? How it is entering into the water system, food system finally, and then it will come back to us. Indiscriminate use of pesticides, fungicides, antibiotics, and other chemicals, including weedicides. There should be some law to enforce or to educate our farmers. They should use only prescribed dosage and prescribed number of times, not more than that. Then it is experience of all of us. When we fall sick, we go to doctor, of course. He gives one antibiotic, okay. But if my health is somewhat better within 2 days, or even after 24 hours within a day or so, I feel somewhat better. Second day I am perfect. I stop using it. Under dosage of antibiotics. That's also dangerous. So we have to educate our society. All the people in our society to rationally use the drugs, to rationally use the fungicides, pesticides. Yesterday I told you, to discover one pesticide or a fungicide or an antibiotic, we need one decade. Dozens of scientists work over a decade all over the world. Different trials, regional trials, ethnic trials, so many trials they do. And finally that medicine comes out. But bacteria will take just a few generations. They will overcome that antibiotic. This is the a rule in the nature. When you force somebody, he will resist. It is very true with mothers. They will say to her son, she says, "Hey, ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ, ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ, ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ." First he hears you, afterwards, "Mummy, ನಾನು ಓದೋದಿಲ್ಲ." ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀಯ? It is true, is it not? Especially with sons, not daughters. They are okay. See, same thing happens with our microorganisms. If you put them under great pressure, it is nature's law to refute, react, or develop such enzyme systems or physiological systems to inactivate our drugs. This is what is happening in our nature. Third important point is, these manufacturers of antibiotic, pesticides, fungicides, weedicides, manufacturers, especially, and also textile industries, textile and other paint industries, they let their effluents at midnight to the nearest river, not during daytime, midnight. And that gets into this nature. It pollutes and enters into the food system. So, yesterday somebody was telling artificial intelligence, can it be used to monitor the polluted environments, especially lakes, rivers and other ponds, etc. In that polluted water, our microbes, possibility that they develop lot of metabolic differentiation, mutate themselves, become more dangerous because they are exposed to these antibiotics in that aquatic environment. Who is regulating that? We don't. In India, everywhere you get all medicines. Go to America, you will not get. It's so difficult even to go to the doctor. With great difficulty, after 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, you will get appointment. Then you will decide whether to give antibiotic or not. You will not get so easily. But in India, it is so nice. We get whatever you want. It is also a sad situation in one point of view. It is sad situation. The regulations are not effectively implemented in India. These things we have to remind to our authorities, these points from this conference, so that they can at least rethink about the already good regulations, rules, regulations, laws, everything is there. I am sure people have thought about it. They have to implement them. That's where we are missing. Thanks for giving me opportunities.
1 minute, one solution for pesticide I will give you. A work done by ICR. They said that if you wanted to use the vegetable, because my family was a vegetarian family, so you have to put the vegetable when you are bringing in tamarind solution for 1 hour. All pesticide react with that, it will not be absorbed into your body. Second is that you know that fluoride, was there. Fluorine was in the water. The best solution is every tamarind, because our food habit has been made into such a way that we make tamarind in the sambar, puliohera and all things. That was to remove the fluoride in the water. But nowadays we only use tomato and all things. We forget to use tamarind. People say that tamarind is not, but it is that's what I do in the house. Bring the vegetable, put it in tamarind water in the evening, what I wanted to cook for next day. It will remove the pesticide.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think last two. Yeah.
Sir,
time is.
Sir, myself Avinash from Gulbarga University, sir. Sir, as we talk about AMR and its prevention and specifically alternative, we are in the era of personalized medicine, like precision medicine. So I was hoping someone will ask that, but can we go in this era or in this field because we are in the masters? So can we explore any further views on personalized medicine as it can cure antimicrobial resistance? Any point of view or any light on this from
anyone? Yeah. Anybody, any expert would like to comment on this personalized medicine? Yeah, please.
personalized medicine, precision medicine era means we take the genome of the personal specific, we tailor the medicines according to only specific to them. So it is, we are in the practice is already started in the Western countries. So we are, can we go in this method to tackle this AMR or any like this?
Here, we are not treating the person, we are trying to kill the antibiotic, microorganism. So it cannot be personalized. According to me, it is personalized medicine is not possible for infections because the target is different. In other conditions, say a heart or this one, it is a human being affected. Here, we are trying to kill the microorganism. So we cannot personalize it or individualize it.
No, sir. As
probably what, please have sit down, please. What you may be thinking, his question is with regard to personalized medical treatment. It is there abroad, sure, but we have to go a long way. What it does mean is, all of us does not have similar, improvement, health improvement when we are infected with a particular microorganism. All of us improve in a different degree, and we may not react, our body may not take the antibiotics in the same way, universally acceptable way, because each one of us have different genome. Our genetic makeup is different at micro level. So which antibiotic is okay for which set of genome is the question. So personally they will have to take the sample, then identify his genomic grouping at least, not blood group, genomic group, then which antibiotic is better, for best treatment to that set of genome. This is like precision agriculture. Similarly, precision medicine, writing prescription. Yes, that's what. Each one of us, and doctors have to decide that the technician, which antibiotic is good for him. That's very difficult, still long way to go.
Sir, one point I just want to, there is a precision medicines are available now. It's called CRISPR antibiotics. You heard of that? And Broad Institute is taking this initiative. So CRISPR antibiotics are specific for drug-resistant antibiotics. So maybe in coming years, maybe drug-resistant salmonella can be treated with the CRISPR antibiotics or E. coli. There many trials are going, Klebsiella and all. Yeah, CRISPR antimicrobials are next generation antimicrobials, but still it's been in trials. Thank you.
Sir, myself Charan from University of Hassan. Sir, yesterday a topic was discussed, that is innovative entrepreneurship is a solution to tackle AMR. Are there any policies from the state government or central government to this innovative entrepreneurship? Sir, economically, will they support, are there any policies to support this innovative entrepreneurship?
You got this pad, right? Here you see Startup Karnataka. You check their website.
Sir, due to economic issues, many ideas may be suppressed. So I am asking those policies.
Working on this medicines, there are a lot of ethical issues will come. You have to prepare a proposal, you have to submit to the government. The startup only. So all these things are there, you have to study about it.
But tuberculosis are only one center with the medicines. Nowhere else they are thousand in bank. That too, twice in a week or something. So only one center.
The incubation center, it's called agribusiness incubation. Many ideas are being given up to 50 lakh grant also, it's been sanctioned from ICAR. So it's called NAVIC. You can, yeah. Novelty ideas and all can be incubated and like you can be supported with the grants, 10 lakhs to 50 lakh grants.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Last question. I think 4 o'clock, 3:45 wanted to complete, but you have
Sir, just to answer the question about precision medicine, sir. There is a tool that is developed in collaboration with Sainvi Biosciences from Hyderabad. It is called as AMRX. If a patient happens to go to a clinic with a complaint for UTI, this is specific for UTI, just by going through his previous reports without drawing a sample from him, AI-based model will predict whether this person is actually having a bacterial infection or not. If he is having a bacterial infection, what might be the organism, whether it is E. coli or Klebsiella or Enterobacter or what is the organism, and it will be able to predict the AST of this particular organism. This tool has been supported by Microsoft. It has been trained by data of 8,000 patients and 4,000 samples across various hospitals from within Bangalore, from within South India. There is a NU Hospitals of Bangalore was also a part of this particular project. So I just wanted to tell that there is something which tackles, instead of personalized medicine for humans, it's like personalized medicine for bacteria. And it is being commercialized right now. If a hospital purchases it, they'll train the model on the hospital data, so that it is applicable to that particular hospital in that particular situation. Also, madam, from the same project, we worked on urinary tract Klebsiella pneumoniae, and we have observed that if it is gentamicin resistant, it is resistant to 18 out of 20 antibiotics that we have tested. The only antibiotics that are working are phosphomycin and colistin. Colistin is hugely neurotoxic and nephrotoxic, but phosphomycin can work. But I am happy that moringa worked for you. We have to look at such alternatives. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I think we'll wind up, and I'll give my remarks in a few minutes, and before you go for the valedictory function.
Namaskara ellarigu. Good evening. I think we are almost coming to the end of these technical sessions. So valedictory function will start in a few minutes time. So respected seniors and my esteemed panelists and students and the honored delegates. In these 3 days, a lot of very recent and very excellent topics have been covered by our expert speakers. Today we had Professor Venkatesh talking on One Health, particularly in relation to lead. So a lot of new information was given. I will not go into the detail. In general, in the first day also told by Dr. Sharma, this is everybody's problem. AMR doesn't belong to one clinician or one. Is animal science, veterinary, plant, everybody is responsible, and each one of us has to contribute to address this problem. So again, that's what we are calling as the One Health issue. AMR is one of the One Health issue. It is an integrated approach you have to follow. Like it all starts from soil, the sewage treatment, soil management, soil health, and water, the potable water. All those importance has to be given before we address the core problem. And air quality, and vegetation, the plant health, the agriculture, and animals, they are in between. So rather many times the animals and the veterinarians, so they are, we are also very, very responsible for controlling, because we are in between the whole this ecosystem, and particularly the human beings at the end, we are at the receiving end. So whenever we talk of just microbes, we just talk of, we think of an infection or a pathologist or a microbiologist or a medicine, but however it is an integrated approach. We have to follow not only the people who deal with these microbes, but where the source, like I told, soil and air, water, everything is very, very important. Nowadays this concept of microbiome is also coming. I think some of the young minds you might be knowing. So too much use of detergents, too much use of chemicals in our daily life, it is not desirable, so that our natural microbiota is not affected. That concept is also coming. Ultimately, it is the sanitation which is playing a very important role, personal and public hygiene, and particularly nutrition. I just wanted to I observed that not much of focus was there here on nutrition. Most of the topics were focused on the infection, genetics, AMR, all those things. But nutrition is the major important. So I am being a veterinarian and expertise in animal nutrition. So I think if you follow a good nutrition for either animal or a human, I think 70-80 problems are solved. So because of immunity
and the nutrition management, if it is good, I think most of the diseases will be tackled. So particularly the micronutrients, the minerals, Madam was telling about the moringa. So it's all about the nutrition, micronutrients and the phytochemicals, antioxidants. So there's the free radicals. Ultimately, any disease, any microbe, there are the free radicals that has been neutralized by the antioxidant. So that way the immunity will be better. And nowadays the concept of gut health is coming up. So any doctor, I think, prescribing an antibiotic, so after careful examination, waiting for the natural recovery, even after the 3rd, 4th day, if it doesn't recover, they will advocate an antibiotic. So generally, it is tagged with a probiotic or a prebiotic. So there's one good development, so that our natural system is not affected. So we have probiotics, prebiotics, parabiotics, symbiotics. So many concepts have come. So a lot of phytochemicals are being used. Particularly if you go to Kerala, I think any guest house if you go, I think you see a warm water with colored water. So if you see, I think there are some tubers, some plant extracts they will add. So that is the natural approach they are following to have the proper natural health. So nutraceutical industry is a big industry now. So the natural microbes like the yeast coupled with selenium, zinc. So these are all natural products which can, it doesn't have any side effect like any antibiotics or any antimicrobials. So I think these kind of biological approaches will be very, very useful because they don't have a side effect. I think they are eco-friendly and sustainable approaches. I think is what we have to recommend and you have to start using it. So ultimately is the management. So I think my colleague Dr. Shivsharanappa will agree. So we have a disease called mastitis. Those who come from veterinary animal science background will understand. So mastitis is a big problem in animals. So udder, the milk producing organ is udder. So we have, it's a simple managemental problem. If you don't follow sanitation and proper cleanness, animal will have an infection of the udder, the mammary gland. So we use, have to, once the infection sets in, clinical cases, we have to use antibiotic. Otherwise, within 3 days, the udder quarter will become non-functional. So throughout the life, the animal will not produce milk. So simple managemental problem, simple keeping the floor dry and clean, moisture, less moisture. So simple tools, it doesn't take a minute per cow. So simple measures we have to follow, like they told, even a simple hot water gargling, simple washing of utensils with hot water. So use of lemon, not use of many detergents. There are simple basic tools. I think these are the things I think we have to inculcate. And ultimately morning also, on the first day also you are talking, until unless in our country we have a, if you don't have a political and bureaucratic will, I think any number of conferences they do, I think simply they go on the abstract and it will be printed on a paper. So this one of the experiment we did last year, Indian Dairy Association conducted a conference, dairy industry conference. On the last day we had a 2-hour session. It is called Dairy Ministers Enclave, like conclave. So ministers have to come with their secretaries, and of course the objectives, everything will be or explained to them. They'll speak and they'll understand in a simple language. So what is the AMR, what is milk quality, what is all the dairy production, and I think many states they responded in Hyderabad. I think it was quite successful, so that they'll go with some mind. So what should be the action plan as a minister, so that they also will get a credit when they go for election campaign. They can tell few technical terms like milk quality. Even if they talk milk quality, good SNF, free from antibiotics, free from the pathogens. So that itself is a good initiative to inculcate these technical points in our political system and bureaucratic system. I think each such conclave should have a declaration. So like climate meetings in internationally, they come out with declarations. So I think this is the action should be declaration. So what should be our goal in 3 years? So how much antibiotic usage we are reducing? Each department, whether animal husbandry or any agriculture, how much insecticide or pesticides they have reduced. Maybe like our KSRTC or BMTC or Pollution Control Board, they are giving incentives or awards. How much petrol or diesel usage they have reduced, how much electrical vehicle they have purchased. So much, that kind of a data, that kind of incentives and recognition should start here, so that I think we can have a mission, like we have a livestock mission, so wherein fodder and natural feeding, ration balancing, to promote optimum health. Such schemes are there. I think such schemes, better schemes can be recommended by a conference like this. So in future, I think I personally feel one session should be exclusively, should be there. You should invite secretaries and our ministers many times they may not come, but at least you should make an effort so that maybe a half a page note of recommendations will be sufficient, so that they will go and discuss with their colleagues, and because every year they can make an action plan so that they can implement, and this should be our motto. Otherwise, whatever antimicrobial resistance or whatever we talk, that will be a knowledge only. I think students will write exam, they get marks, and they will be on paper only. So this is my humble submission. With these few words, I again thank the organizers for giving me personally to represent my college, and our ICR, our colleagues are here, so that we can also contribute effectively to the societal improvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of KST and on behalf of all the delegates present here for chairing this panel discussion. Now I request Professor A.H. Raja sir to give the moment to all the panel chair and other members. Dr. N.K. Shiv Kumar Gowda sir, thank you very much, sir, for chairing this panel discussion. Professor A.B. Vedamurthy sir, Senior Professor, Department of Biotechnology, KUD. Dr. M.N. Balakrishna Nair, Emeritus Professor, TDU, Bangalore. Dr. Shiv Sharanappa, Scientist, ICAR Nivedi, Bangalore. Shri Vishwanath M, Consultant. Dr. Jayashri DR, Associate Professor, MS Ramaya College, Bangalore. I once again thank all panel members and panel chair, Dr. N.K. Shiv Kumar Gowda sir, for delivering wonderful important notes on this conference. Also, I request Dr. V.K. Dikshit, Associate Professor, Nitya University, Bangalore. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So we will, sir, valedictory. So we will immediately start the valedictory function. I request all of you to stay here only.
ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ.
ಮೂರು ಜನ ಇನ್ನು
GKK ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹೌದೌದು KST ಹೌದೌದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ GKK ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನೀವು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ GKK ಹಾಕಿ KST ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಹೌದೌದು ಯಾವ್ದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್, ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಸರ್ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಈಸ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಕೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್. ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನಂತ ಏನು ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ. ಬಜೆಟೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೌದೌದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. IASನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಕಾಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡೌಟ್ಸ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು. ಅದೇ FSID ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಂಬರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಕ್ಯೂರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಅದೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದೇ ಅವರೇ IAS ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೇ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ವೆಂಡರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸರಿ ನಾನು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದಿನ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬರೀ KRP ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರೋದಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಈಗ MS ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಏನು ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ KST ಹೌದೌದು ಅದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ KRP ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರೋದು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ KRVP. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಓಕೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಫ್ರೀ ಓಪನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. Very good evening to one and all. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಸಂಜೆ. Now we are about to start the valedictory function. So now I request all the delegates, Professor A.H. Raja Sahab sir, Dr. M. Ramesh sir, Dr. Indrani Karunasagar, Dr. Anand Das sir to come to the stage. 11. I request Shri V.K. Srinivas, please. Now I request our Dr. Anand, our Senior Scientific Officer, to welcome all of you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. We are here for valedictory function of 3-day. We are here for valedictory function of 3-day national conference. This valedictory function is presided over by Chief Research Advisor, Ramaya University, former Vice Chancellor, Tumkur University, and our former member, Professor A.H. Raja Saab. On behalf of all of the participants and on behalf of personal behalf, I welcome you, sir. We have with us Dr. Indrani Karunasagar, Director, Projects and DST Tech, Nitte University, Mangaluru. As the chief guest of this function, I extend a warm welcome to you, madam. I welcome our CEO, Dr. A.M. Ramesh, for this valedictory function. I welcome Professor Idya Karunasagar, sir, for this function. I welcome all the resource experts who are present in this valedictory function. I welcome all the panelists who have shared their thought with us, Dr. Jayashree, Dr. Dikshit, Dr. Shivashankarappa, Dr. Balakrishna Nair, Professor Vedamurthy, Dr. Shivkumar Gowda, Dr. Vishwanath, to this valedictory function. We have many dignitaries among the August gathering. I welcome Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, Earth System Scientist, Global CMD, Global Green Growth, Dr. Sharada, Madam, Dr. Helen from Mount Carmel College. I welcome all my colleagues and all those who are directly or indirectly involved in this program. I extend a warm welcome to print and visual media team. I welcome all the participants and those witnessing this program on social media platform for this inaugural function. Welcome one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. We indeed welcome you also for this valedictory function. Now I request Chief Guest Dr. Indrani Karunasagar, Madam, to address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. It is indeed a pleasure for me to not be the opening batsman but to be the closing batsman. And I'm sure all those who know me here would be pleading, Madam, please talk less. It is closing time. So to all those who are very, very close to me, and others of course who cannot tell me, of course, but must be feeling that way, that ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು, ಈಗ ಮುಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕಾಯಿತು, ಲೇಟ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ all I can say is any conference, any meeting is one step towards us understanding a particular problem, issue. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Raja Saab, and of course our own friends from KSTA, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Anand and Srinivas. And where is Umesh? He is here, okay. And all the other senior officials of the stage, dignitaries of the stage, and the backbone of this meeting for the last 3 days, the delegates, students, young faculty. Well, Bangalore is always a hub of many, many activities, and this is just one more to all the activities. But the presence of a minister probably adds a lot of value, and that's why the opening was, I'm sure, something that we will remember, with the minister, Mr. Bosiraju, being here. Indeed, he's a very simple man, and we could see that during the inauguration. 3 days had a lot of senior people giving their talks, and I'm sure the young people would know all of what was said, but the questions that will come to your mind will form the basis of future research that you will do. I, of course, have gone through all the abstracts, even though I couldn't attend the other session where the presentations were made. But the topics that were presented by all the young people ranged from One Health. There were topics where disease, the AMR problem among the sheep, the shepherd, and the water was studied and presented. So One Health is all about looking at environment, looking at the human, looking at the animal, and of course the organism. So it was a very good example of really a One Health study, because Berlin Wall is broken. Likewise here, all the walls between sciences have broken, and the word One Health truly implies the implications of what happens in one sector having its effect on another sector. And as I spoke earlier, water is one of the common features for all the sectors, whether it is human, animal, plant, environment. And we do get connected by that, air and water. So studying, hearing everything that everyone had to say must have added a lot of knowledge to all of you youngsters, especially, the graduate, the postgraduate, and the PhD students who are here. It must have been hard sometimes after lunch to sit in the hall and listen. But I think thankfully they didn't give a kind of lunch that would put you to sleep. No, that was not, that, it's still a compliment. ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಸರಿ ಊಟ ಒಂದು ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚೆಂದಾಗಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. Everything was arranged very, very nicely. I only wish to say that you got connected to a lot of people. And that is the purpose of any meeting. I'm sure we all made new friends. And science and art know no boundaries. Not only in this hall, not only in this country, but even across the globe. See, there are no boundaries, and we all are connected because we are always drawing the experience of one, sharing it with another, and letting that become the reason for progress of the human race. We did have during this conference a lot of people from the medical sector. Now, none of us are, like when somebody asked, are there doctors here? None of us could have put our hand up, But who is the one that is feeding the doctors with all the knowledge, all the information? It is actually the researchers. I think there is more research done by veterinarians for the medical fraternity and for the medical field than those in the medical sector itself. I'm sure about that. And with One Health and all the sectors being studied, it only shows how human life, when we say health, health and disease are two aspects. We said One Health, but then we are also seeing how disease also moves from one sector to another. But the consequences of what is done in one sector impacts another. And the best example is, say, the use in agriculture of pesticides. All of us hear about the cancer train that comes in Punjab from Haryana, somewhere it comes to Delhi. It is known as the cancer train. Because of a lot of pesticides being used, most of the patients from there come to Delhi by that train. We also hear about a lot of the endocrine disruptors because of the use of agriculture pesticides, or the soil quality itself deteriorating. People talk about soil being the most important, say, Mother Nature that is supporting all forms of life. And there are many, many programs where soil is the one that gives life. And say, if there were soil microbiologists here, Dr. Syed very nicely spoke about the soil that he's taking from everywhere to get maybe the best of probably molecules that we need for application, either in medicine or enzymes. He showed how he went around collecting soil from everywhere and working on it. All that shows that the subject of microbiology itself has become common to all the subjects, because bacteria are there everywhere, microbes are there everywhere, They are ruling the world, they are within us, they are outside us. And the word microbiome is the one that is studied in every disease state. So if there is a very degenerative disease like multiple sclerosis, they talk about microbiome. If there's diabetes, they talk about microbiome. So it can be a neurological disorder, it can be a diabetic disorder, but the role of what you eat, how you're feeding the microbes, which in turn take care of everything, the good and the bad of your body, is all reflected in having a good understanding of the subject of microbiology and basic sciences. It's not just about bacteria or fungus or virus. It's about the molecules and the cycles and the interrelatedness between all these forms of life in a particular environment that decides how we move forward in life. Having said that, I think modern tools have taken science way forward. What we cannot see, we can now see through the molecular tools that are available. Bacteria itself we cannot see, microbes we cannot see, but further their activities which we could see is understood by the molecules they produce. Antibiotics being one of them. And antibiotic resistance is not something that we should be worried about, because every life form wants to live, whether it is a bacteria, whether it is a human. And to do that, they will resort to any techniques. The microbe never formed an antibiotic to kill another organism. It produced those metabolites for its own survival. Well, if we capitalized on it and used it for our benefit, that is our intelligence. But the moment we used it to kill them, they became more intelligent and developed mechanisms to resist themselves from those actions. And therefore, a topic such as this can also be something which can be very philosophically viewed, even before you look into all the laboratory ways of doing, studying. So it is an exciting topic. The resistance, how to prevent resistance, would be the best way, and that was discussed amply with some basic things like hand hygiene being spoken. That can avoid most of the problems people said. And when we were asked who has not taken medicine, there's none of us who has stayed without taking medicine. We heard from Dr. Venkatesh Tupil this morning. That itself shows it's a way of life that we will need for some problem or the other to take, but how judiciously we take it, how we do not use it indiscriminately, and how we, all problems, they say charity begins at home. Can I make a difference to my family, to myself, is the first step towards a societal change in the attitude of how we deal with antibiotics, or how we try to become doctors ourselves. We very often now refer to Google Doctor for many things, and antibiotics can still be taken off the shelf or go to a pharmacist and buy it. But that is restricted very much all over the world to contain the problem of resistance. And all of us should understand that when we get fever, we get cold, if we resort to some home remedy, if we don't take antibiotics, we get well in 7 days. And if we take antibiotics, we get well in a week. So it's in the mindset between a week and 7 days. So we think it's very long if we don't take a medicine. But actually the difference is that we have damaged ourselves by taking unwanted medicines, because empirical treatment has been responsible for a lot of the problems. Empirical, when we say without knowing the cause, it may be an allergic cold, an allergic cough, but we don't have patients to wait for 2 days to see if it's allergic. We start on day 1, targeting the virus, the bacteria, if any other agent is there, the allergy, everything parallelly. And we make a mess of it, and poor body has to take care of the mess. So, all what we heard in 2-3 days is a step forward towards understanding. And I thank the organizers for the hospitality they have extended to not just us, but to every person present here in this hall and those who are not there. I know we do miss the presence of Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who was to be here on day one because she had agreed to be so, but some other important event at Delhi did not allow her to come and join us. But all of you should know that the KSTA, of course, Ramesh particularly, with the able support of all his colleagues, wanted to make a success of a program where he leaves behind knowledge as the backbone for at least the few youngsters who have participated here. That is what he keeps saying. He wants some knowledge to be disseminated, and what better way than to have a kind of conference where some seniors come and talk of their experiences, which helps you build on what you will work later. All the best to all the young people here. Please continue to work with passion, because science and research is all about passion. It's actually not about money, it's only passion. After all, how much can we earn even if we are very, very, very rich? We don't have the time to enjoy. But if you do research, if you study, if you like what you're doing with passion, at least it gives you a happiness, no stress. And that is what you should look for. You enjoyed here the 3 days. Do you agree? Did you all enjoy? Yeah, I thought you all were enjoying. But I was happy that you were enjoying inside this hall rather than outside. Because in most conferences, people will be loitering. But I was very happy to see here people sitting, taking notes, listening without disturbing the audience or without disturbing the speaker. Congratulations on that. You have been wonderful audience, wonderful registrants for this program. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. And all of you, you have contacted many people. Keep in touch. Any help you can, contact them, including us. A lot of young people who do research will, of course, be in touch with you if you need their help. But even we can lead you to where you want to sometimes meet or talk to someone. Even if we can directly not help you, we can connect you to people, okay? Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request our CEO, Dr. A.M. Ramesh sir, to give overview of this event.
Good evening. As Madam told, first of all, special compliments to all the participants. You have been such a wonderful audience and participants. We look forward to many of you to attend next conferences and encourage others also to be a good audience like you. Congratulations and all the best. And now I take this opportunity to heartily congratulate Professor A.H. Raja Saab for being nominated as the chairman of KSTA. Sir, a few minutes ago, Sir was a member of KSTA for 3 years from 2022 to 2023. Now, because of his scholastic excellence and good experience, he has been made the chair with 20 members, and one of the nominated members he is here. He must have gone out, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar. He has also been nominated. Sir, we wish to continue to organize such many programs under your able leadership in the coming days. Now, when I wanted to organize a program on AMR, in fact, we had organized a conference on medicinal and aromatic plants in January 7th to 9th. At that time itself, I thought we should organize a program on AMR. Then people were telling me, AMR, all medical doctors have to come and it won't be a great success. But in spite of that, Kannadadalli ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಮುಂದೆ ಗುರಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಹಿಂದೆ ಗುರು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಗುರುಗಳಿದ್ರು, it was success. Because of their constant guidance, in fact, many of the experts who came here, because of them, not because of me, they called personally all of them and ensured that they came here. In fact, Madam also had called Soumya Swaminathan Madam. In fact, she was about to come because of some urgency, some meetings, she could not come. Well, for the last, I mean, sir and madam have been gifted teachers and dedicated researchers. When we were doing our research work in Fisheries College, I used to go to my lab sometimes. The only lab which used to have lights on was microbiology. Other labs were closed and sometimes I used to go, but always their lab used to work. That's why they have succeeded. They have been internationally renowned microbiologists. We are all blessed to have taught by them. I have tried to cultivate some of the qualities they taught us, and we are very grateful to both of you, madam and sir. We would like to organize programs under your guidance in future as well. In presence of our chairman, I have the liberty to request you to support us. And in fact, madam was telling about medical fraternity. In fact, I tried to get medical, veterinary, and Ayush. We had written letters, and I contacted one of the directors also, and they were not so responsive. In fact, one of the commissioners told, why it is useful to medical or Ayush, it is not useful, it is related to AMR, let microbiologists attend. Then I did not bother about them. We invited all of you, and you have been excellent participants. I am sure you would have taken a lot of take-home message. In fact, this particular conference has two specialities. One, my gurus helped me, and my initials also are AMR. Sir was asking, our chairman was asking, you could have kept drug resistance. Then I did not tell him. Now I tell you that because my initial is AMR, I kept it AMR conference. Sir, madam was talking about scared to go to doctors. Since my birth, I have been living with scare. My father was a doctor. My father-in-law was a doctor. My uncle and brothers are working doctors. Many of my cousins are doctors. In spite of that, I scared to go to a doctor. Well, in fact, my father-in-law being a physician, he succumbed to AMR. That's that's why we want to bring a lot of awareness about AMR. And as was told, we want immediate cure. We go to a doctor. In fact, when we were in Mangalore, we used to go to one medical doctor, used to give tetracycline and paracetamol if we go with fever. Immediately we used to get relief after taking 1 or 2 doses. We were happy, and that should not be done. We realize it now, and our youngsters should be made aware of not taking medicines without the guidance of a doctor. In fact, when you go to a doctor earlier, doctor muttidre sakappa husharagutte anno sthiti ittu. In fact, my kaiguna. I will tell a story. Once my father-in-law was a very busy physician, used to see at least 100 patients a day. Seems one day one young fellow was waiting for his turn, and he went, and my father-in-law inquired, what is the problem? He said, no sir, you can't treat it. Why? I have been treating thousands of patients. What is the problem with you? Sir, you can't treat it. Because my problem is that I am losing hair. Since you don't have any hair, how can you treat me? So, gait and appearance of a doctor is also very important when a patient is treated. 14 talks that we had, a mix of senior experienced scientists and youngsters like our Sanat, Krishna Kumar, Dr. Syed. All of you have done excellent work. Keep doing some many more advanced research. And our Sharanappa, in fact, is an expert in AMR. Next time we'll give an opportunity for you to be an expert on the KSTA, in the KSTA program. So with this, I'm sure, as Madam told, I'm sure all of you have enjoyed our hospitality. There may be some flaws, kindly excuse us. there is always a possibility of improvement. You can tell us what went wrong. Certainly we'll improve in the coming days. And I would like to congratulate oral presentation was held, and I congratulate the winners. And those who did not get prize need not worry. KSTA keeps organizing many programs. In fact, next week we have one more program on lakes. So whenever we organize, you can present. You can be sure that there will be impartial selection, and you'll be winning if you do your homework properly. I thank my friends, Dr. Vedamurthy, Dr. Ravi Kumar, Dr. Sharanappa, and others, senior faculty who have been here for the last 3 days, Sharda Madam, and our Jayashri Madam. And congratulations, Dr. Biradar. I was mentioning that you are one of our esteemed members of KSTA. Congratulations. He is an international expert. He was working for UN, and he has come back to India to do some good work for farmers. And I am also associated with him, in the sense we had invited him for a couple of talks. And in future, as I retire, I will join you for. So with this, thank you very much. All the best. Kavishri Madam is there. My friend from PU College is there. For all of you, a great, I am very thankful to you. And the next time when we organize programs, you encourage your students or colleagues to be with us, and be sure that we organize good programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Before announcement of the winners for the oral presentation, now I would like to request our new chairman, Professor H. Raja sir, to give presidential remarks.
Good evening, one and all. At this juncture, I will not take much of your time. In our Hindu philosophy, there is a saying that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole universe is my family. And One Health concept is almost like that. Don't think of your own health, which is not possible to achieve. When all other organisms are healthy, including trees, animals, and also non-living things like lakes, water bodies, air, if all these Panchabhutas are healthy, you are also made up of Panchabhutas, so you will be healthy. That is One Health concept. Without disturbing the other entities of good entities of nature, we have to develop our lifestyle so that we ourselves keep healthy and keep others healthy. So this is the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And the more and more pesticides, more and more fungicides, more and more antibiotics we use, our microorganisms react back to us in a more aggressive way. That's why alternate system of medicine also comes to picture, and those alternate systems of medicines are also very precious, like allopathy. Need not only allopathy, others. Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, homeopathy, acupuncture, yoga. Yoga, in fact, is the best of all medicines. So I don't want to take much of your time. Madam Indrani Madam spoke very eloquently, excellently, and yesterday also many of our chief guests, they spoke very well, and all of you are present here. That's why I am very happy. Yesterday also this hall was full, day before yesterday also this hall was full, and today also. That shows the way in which the organizers tried to organize the conference is praiseworthy. So I congratulate Dr. Ramesh and also his colleagues, precious colleagues. Each of them, they have done excellently in order to organize the conference and worked for the success of the conference. Many more conferences will be held, interactions will be held, more and more outreach programs will be held in future days. We wish that all of you become part of us in future also. I congratulate Ramesh and his team, and I also thank KSTA for inviting me for the conference. Earlier also I attended many conferences like this. Very fruitful. Even in the university system, I have worked in several universities. In the university system also, conferences are not held to this level or this standard. That's excellent. Highly academic, full of attendance, enthusiasm. Probably the youngsters, they got benefit out of the conference. If you think that you have learned something new concept, new way of thinking, new way of approach towards research, even if one step ahead if you have gone with regard to your knowledge, the purpose of this conference is fulfilled. So you are more intelligent than all of us here. We belong to previous generation. You are the era belongs to you, and you have a lot of good facilities also and good attractions also. So you have to, research is like, tapasya. It is like tapasya. Do good research over 3 years, 4 years. Tomorrow, definitely your tapasya will be identified. You will get rewards. One day or the other, you will get rewards for your good work and knowledge. We hope in that. I always believed in that. So I thank Dr. Ramesh and his colleagues and all of you, Dr. Karunasagar sir and others, Dr. Biradar. I know Dr. Biradar last more than a decade. So thanks for your presence and beautiful interaction. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our senior scientific officer. I request a couple of you to come voluntarily and give feedback about the conference so that it will be helpful for us to improve further in future. Voluntarily.
The AMR, what we call in short, the antimicrobial resistance, is one of the very fascinating subject. It started long ago when I was in the US because of the lot of the meat industry. They give a lot of the antibiotics to the feed, whether the disease comes or not, right? So since then we are working on a lot of the way to tackle the antimicrobial resistance, and we found that food is the one of the major cause. And as per the WHO report, it says that every second Indian adults are lethargic, or a lot of the people suffering with antimicrobial resistance. And we found that what are the best way to tackle. This is the kind of the conferences. I not attended all of them, but I heard about some of the abstract and title of the things. It's really, really well selected the topics and really addresses the need of that one, so that now the anti-drugs or antimicrobial resistance become a very vital force, not just only in the Europe and US, but in India as well. So what can be done is that food system can be changed, the way of the living lifestyle, that's going to make impact. Right now the demand for the jackfruit, raw jackfruit replacing the meat in US, there's huge demand for that. So that is the way a lot of the fruits and what's called plant-based meat, they're going to replace that. But are you sure that when the demand increases, are you going to fed up those plant-based protein also with more chemicals? This is one of the questions we need to address. But thank you again for the KSTA. I always attended the few events. They are very fantastic, selecting the best of the best speakers, they're subject matter experts, And really that's come out with a kind of what called a encyclopedia of any event they can bring it. So that's the leadership of the quality of Dr. Ramesh sir and entire the KST team. And really enjoyed, even like I just looking at some of the abstract book yesterday was night or looking at, because of my other couple of events I couldn't do it, but looking at the title itself and the professionalism, I'm sure that everyone benefited much of that. And I wanted to say again, thank you so much for this one of the emerging medical health field and AMR, how this you can tackle. I'm sure that's come out with a lot of interesting area. And thanks again for giving the opportunity to participate in some of the event that KST organized. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, oral presenters who would like to give here your feedback. Just 2 or 3, quick. So now,
one teacher ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು students ಬರಬೇಕು.
So I took the opportunity to let them decide so that they can.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. B.S. Ravikumar, Professor of Botany from Hassan University. The national conference which is organized here with the able leadership of Idya Karunakaran and Indrani Karunakaran Madam, Karunasagar sir. AMR, antimicrobial resistance, was successfully organized by Dr. AMR. So from the first day itself, when I saw this name itself, AMR, I was about to tell the same thing, but sir has already told that one. So it was really a wonderful program that I did not see so far. So entire hall totally full, no doubt. Brain full, positive knowledge. So it's unique program. Actually, the resource persons, totally doctors. Beautiful, really. I enjoyed. This is only the program I did not speak anything so far. Just I observed everything. I enjoyed like anything, madam, sir. Really, I should be thankful forever to Dr. AMR. More than a decade, I have been connected with Karnataka Science and Technology Academy. KSTA has sponsored several national and international programs to us. I should be thankful to KSTA. And also, very important thing, the accommodation, food, totally good, no doubt. Madam has told that food, okay, something like it did not make us to sleep, but it was good, very good, both veg and non-veg. That is very important. See, non-veg may be small or big, it adds to our delegates. I have brought around 12 students, including MSc students and also research scholar. They really enjoyed. While first day itself, they were all very lazy and they were looking at this program, how it would be like first of its kind. Today, just you get the feedback them. They are very happy. Any program in future, definitely they'll come. Hall will be full, no doubt. No doubt, no doubt. So, it is a unique program, and also the talk was totally very good, no doubt at all, beautifully. And all delegates enjoyed mentally, physically, and physiologically. So, and also very, very new concepts brought by, given by the doctors. So, I myself, I am thinking a lot. If anybody or relatives, myself, I don't want to go to the hospital. Anybody admitted to the ICU means, what does it mean? I do not know whether what would be the future. I am very scared, of course. But I am telling you, one take-home message means, yesterday is over. Today is ours. Be happy, no BP. Okay? We should be happy. You keep happy mind, happy body. Tomorrow, you don't think tomorrow. Whatever you want to do today, do it good things. Every day do like that. That adds to your profile. No doubt at all. No diseases, nothing.
This is my message I would like to tell you. So medicine never does anything, of course. Our internal capacity, mental ability, of course, mobile does lot of problems, of course. Yeah, definitely, yes, madam, definitely. Madam also botanist. I was watching everything, yeah. So this is my message, of course. So this is a message to youngsters I am telling. Youngsters always will be busy with mobile, and also mentally they will be disturbed like anything. In the classroom itself, they were watching like anything. Within no time, some beep sound, suddenly they will be disturbed. So it is happening, madam. Actually, willpower is very important. Be comfortable in life. That is very important. I think, so with this few talks, I should be thankful to KSTA, especially Dr. AMR, Ramesh sir, and also Srinivas sir and all colleagues. And I congratulate on behalf of our delegate team, national conference delegates, Dr. Raja Sahab, congratulations sir, being a chairman of this Karnataka Science and Technology. And also I am really very sad to say that Professor U.R. Rao and Dr. S.K. Shivshankar, Shivkumar, both of us, I met both of them personally. I got a letter from U.R. Rao also, I actually, for our conference, international conference. But today, both of them are not there. I saw that statue there. Very, okay. So thank you very much. Good evening to all.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our Senior Scientific Officer, Dr. Anand, sir, to announce the winners.
We have received about 40 abstracts under 3 categories: UG, PG, and faculty scientists and research scholars. Jury has selected best presentation for first, second, third, and consolation prizes. First prize is ₹5,000, second prize is 4,000, third prize is 3,000, and consolation prize is ₹2,000, along with a certificate. Under the category postgraduate, the consolation prize goes to I request all the dignitaries on the dais to present the certificates. The consolation prize goes to antimicrobial and pharmaceutical properties of the seed oil Lucena leucocephala, Rakesh SP, Prakash and AM Krupanidhi from Department of Pharmaceutical, Bapuji Pharmaceutical College, Davangere. Rupees 2,000. ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ Jury has selected 2 prizes for third prize. First one is antibiotic usage pattern and detection of antimicrobial resistance genes in milk of native and crossbreeded dairy cows in India, Sunaina and Pavitra N from University of Transdisciplinary Health Sciences Technology, Bangalore. The second one is bacteriophages as a biomonitoring tools for the analysis of antimicrobial resistance contaminants present in agriculture soils, Medha Aga and Susmita Sabat, Department of Biotechnology, PS University, Bangalore.
Second, third prize. Next prize
Aditi. The second prize goes to nano emulsion formulation from Anisomyls malabarica leaf extract, a study on efficacy against wound and enteric bacteria, Department of Biochemistry, Mount Carmel College, Autonomous, Aditi Khanna and his team. And the first prize goes to prevalence and zoonotic risk multi-drug resistance Enterobacteriaceae in fish samples from Solai Ratri V from Microbiology, Fermentation and Biotechnology Division, ICAR Center, Institute of Fisheries Technology, Kochi. Under the category Faculty, Scientists, Research Scholars, the consolation prize goes to Olemide, a fatty acid amide isolation from Coprinopsis cinerea, is a potential antimicrobial compound against multi-drug resistance. Mohan Kumar and Savita Janakiram from Department of Food Science and Technology, St. Joseph University, Bangalore. For third prize, again two abstracts have been selected. First one is Human Beta-lactamase Activities Reveals Ancient Multifunctionality and Challenges in Predating Antibiotic Resistance from Vivek Keshri from Reva University. Second abstract for third prize, Combating ESBL Producing Antibiotic Resistance E. coli in Retail Fish and Waste of Navi Mumbai, Narmada S. and her team, Department of Microbiology, Gulbarga University. Second prize again divided into two abstracts. First one is Coconut Shell Pyrrolic Oil in Veterinary Practices from Natural Waste to Therapeutical Resources, Hemant Gowda and M. Veena from Department of Veterinary Physiology and Biochemistry, Veterinary College, Asan. Second abstract is insect antimicrobial peptides, possible alternative for antimicrobial resistance. Gundappa and his team, ICR National Bureau of Insect Resource, Bangalore. And first prize goes to Genomic Island and Plasmid Brown antimicrobial resistance genes drive the evolution of high risk. Arun Sai Kumar and his team, Antimicrobial Resistance Laboratory, Department of Biosciences, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Puttaparthi. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. And I request all the winners to meet.
All the winners may come here for a group pic, and we are very thankful to Sharada Madam, then Dr. Rajeshwari, then Dr. Ravish for evaluating the oral presentations. Thank you. All winners, Sharada Madam. Certificate processing.
Thanks and congratulations to all the winners, and I request all the winners to meet Mr. Chandrasekhar Murthy for completion of other formalities.
Congratulations all the prize winners. Please send bank details through email and name, account number.
So, before inviting my colleague Shri VK Srinivasu to give vote of thanks, now we would like to show a small video of this conference, which is prepared by our Mr. Anthony, Sanoj, Nirmal and Sainar. Thank you very much to Mr. Anthony and his team. Now I request Sri VK Srinivasu sir to give vote of thanks.
ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೊನೆ ಘಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಎದ್ದೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಜಸ್ಟ್ 2 minutes ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಚ್ ರಾಜಾ ಸಾಬ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ಸರ್. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. And also RT, congratulations to you for being the chairperson of our academy. Thank you very much, sir. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅತ್ಯದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಒಂದು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಗೆ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ನ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಕರುಣಾಸಾಗರ್ ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಇಂದ್ರಾಣಿ ಕರುಣಾಸಾಗರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ದ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದೇರ್ ಅನ್ಟೈರಿಂಗ್ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಶೋಯಿಂಗ್ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ನೆಸ್ ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ kind guidance for organizing this wonderful 3 days conference. Thank you sir, thank you so much for your kind support and encouragement. And also I thank Ramesh sir is my mentor, teacher, and also is our CEO of KSTA. He is always silently teaming up and with teamwork he will do lot of wonderful programs. Several more than 50 conferences in his leadership we have organized, and also several symposia, training programs we have organized. His support and also guidance. Thank you very much sir for your kind support and encouragement and also guidance for us to organize this wonderful program. Thank you sir. And also I thank honorable member of KSTA Shri Biradar sir. So thank you very much sir, you are a wonderful human being first of all. And sir is started his own global growth green, go green. So triple G you can say. Sir has travelled almost 168 countries across the world. Thank you very much sir for being part of this program. I also thank ಇನಾಗರಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಹನೀಯರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಬಂದು ಇನಾಗರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಅವರ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ತಜ್ಞರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಸೊ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅಮೇಝಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ shared their knowledge and also enlightened us, we can say. So all the resource experts, so we must heartfelt thanks to all the resource experts, particularly few of them are here. Professor Syed sir, really wonderful sir, you made it real contribution to the society. Thank you very much sir, you are here. And also Dr. Krishna Kumar is here, and also Dr. Sanat sir is also my teacher. Thank you very much sir for your wonderful talk. And also all the panel experts, a few of them are here, Dr. Jayashree madam and Sharada madam, and some of Vedamurthy sir is here. So all the panelists really they shared their valuable thoughts on this AMR. Thank you all of them. And also jury members, so Professor Sarada madam is here, and Dr. Ravish is my friend, and Dr. Lakshmi Devamma and Rajeshwari madam also from College of Horticulture, thanks for them. And we also thanks video and photography team, Anthony
is our ex-colleague. Thanks very much, Anthony, for your team making wonderful video. And all the delegates, without you, it is not able to make this program grand success. Thank you all, particularly Dr. Vishwanath sir. He was earlier, he also attended our DBT Skill Vignan program for 15 days. He was with us. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind cooperation. And also, I thank our KSTS staff and housekeeping team. They untiringly made this program successful. And also those who have directly and indirectly helped us to organize this program. And if I miss anybody, don't feel bad. Thank you one and all gathered here in this hall. And thank you very much. And I wish you all happy and safe journey to all of you.
Just a moment, national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Now I request all of you to gather for a group photo near the entrance.
After the group photo, we can have
After the group photo, we have high tea in our canteen. Please have.
Please join for IT and group photo.